Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 5, I think we hit 5:01 p.m. and announce the board will meet in closed session to address items 1, 4, and 5, and we will be pulling items 2 and 3 as there are no items to discuss. Are there any public comments on closed session items, Mr. Hoffman?
We did have one related to closed session from a Scott Rafferty. He wanted to know, asked us to announce the topic for item 3 in closed session, but that item's been pulled, so there's nothing to announce.
Okay, so there's no public comment. Closes the public comment. We'll recess into closed session and return as close to 6 o'clock as possible.
Shalice, can you hear me?
Yes, and can you hear me?
Yeah. coming
Okay.
through. So I think we're good.
Then we're good. Okay, I'll see you in about an hour and a half, maybe.
I think so. Oh, by the way, I'll connect with you offline.
Okay, send me a text. Okay, thanks.
Bye.
Mr. Maid, are we recording? Are we? Okay, I'm going to start now. Okay. What's up?
Let her run the meeting.
I'd like to call the meeting to order. We would greatly appreciate you following the county and state guidance and putting on your masks in our buildings. Our employees, because of OSHA, are to be in buildings with masks. Mr. Perez feels very strongly, as do all of us, and I would like to keep our board here. We would all like to have you put your mask on, please. If you do not have one, we're happy to provide one. Okay.
Thank you.
We announced we're starting this meeting at 6:27. The board met in closed session. The following action was taken. The board approved the appointment of the following administrators: Angela Rodriguez, Principal, Adult Education; Mark Vieira, Director, Human Resources. Good evening and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified District School Board meeting. The Board of Education will resume in-person board meetings today unless otherwise ordered by the Sacramento County Health Department, the state, or by other legal mandate. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings will also be available to the public via the Zoom webinar platform. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. For in-person public comments tonight, the following process will be used. Blue cards are available at the table outside the boardroom for anyone who wishes to address the board. If you wish to address the board, complete a blue card and hand it to the district staff member. Please indicate whether the matter you wish to address is on the agenda or not on the agenda. If the matter is on the agenda, we will assume you wish to speak when it comes time to address that item, and we will hold your card until then. The district believes in an inclusive, welcoming, and safe environment for its meetings for all of our community. Public comments provide an opportunity for members of the public to address the Board of Education in an open meeting. The board will not take action or discussion on any item not appearing on the posted agenda, except as authorized by law. The board respects each individual's rights to express ideas and opinions. Pursuant to applicable law and board policy, the board will not prohibit public comment, criticism of the board or the district. It is an ongoing objective of the district to serve all of our students and to prepare them to flourish as responsible, ethical, and productive citizens. In preserving this mission, we kindly ask that when making public comment, you refrain from the use of profanity, exercise tolerance of others, their viewpoints, and exemplify model behavior. Please be mindful students are watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner, such that all those observing from children to adults are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board will not permit any disturbances or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent or excessive disruptions by any individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to terminate the privilege of addressing the board. We appreciate the public's participation and your assistance in helping the board keep its meetings efficient, effective, and respectful. Zoom audio public comments, in addition to any in-person public comments, the following process shall be followed for Zoom audio public comments tonight. Those indicating in advance of this meeting through the Google platform that they would like to speak during public comments using the Zoom platform, your name will be called upon during the appropriate section of the meeting. At that time, your microphone will be unmuted. On your screen at home, there will be a message asking you to unmute. Once you click or tap unmute, your microphone will be live, and you will then be able to give your public comment. When your time is complete or you have complete or you have finished, your microphone will be muted by the district. You must have the most recent version of the Zoom platform client to make public live comments. And if you do not have the latest version, you will not be able to make your comment. During your public comment through the Zoom audio platform, we will provide a reminder at 30 seconds. We will not. A timer will be available on the screen. At the end of your comment time, you will be muted. We always start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and tonight Mr. Pierce has agreed to lead that for us. Thank you, Mr. Pierce.
Thank you, President Albiani. If everyone would please stand, salute and pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Starting with our resolutions, number 1, Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments via Zoom related to this item?
Via Zoom, no. Madam Board President,
Okay, and we have one here.
we have one in person. Mr. Shane Mitchell, Sean Mitchell, if you can please come to the microphone, thank you.
Am I removing my mask while I speak this evening?
And then it's 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for the time. Thank you for opening the meeting. It's nice to look each and every one of you in the eyes tonight.
Likewise.
You too, Mr. Hoffman. Nice to see you. Thank you for opening the meeting. It means a lot to us to come here and address you publicly and in person. And also recognizing with Suicide Prevention Month that it's a good way to kick off the school year, because that is the number one fear we have and what we had in September of last year. I know when my wife came to me and said something's wrong, that was the first thing that came to my mind because of the isolation, right, from distance learning and not being able to engage with their colleagues or peers. This was a real issue, and it still is, as many children have not come back to school yet. They are going to be on Thursday in most cases. So thank you for recognizing this is the most important thing to us as parents, that I want to get to the bathroom before it's too late, right? And we're worried about suicide and what can happen with further lockdowns, further distance learning. So thank you for recognizing that as the number one issue ahead of COVID, ahead of all these things for parents, is that we could lose our children to suicide. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cerruti, to proceed.
Thank you and good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I respectfully bring forward to the board a request to consider the approval and adoption of resolution number 9, recognizing September as National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. September is National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. And although suicide prevention is important to address year-round, Suicide Prevention Awareness Month is time dedicated to work together and act to reduce stigma, encourage help seeking, connect individuals with suicidal ideation to services, and reduce the impact of suicide on family and friends. Suicide is a preventable health problem, yet suicide is the 10th leading cause of death among adults in the United States and the 2nd leading cause of death among people aged 10 to 24. The stigma associated with mental health conditions and suicidality work against suicide prevention by discouraging persons at risk for suicide from seeking life-saving help. By recognizing Suicide Prevention Awareness Month, the district is shedding light on this stigmatized topic and is dedicated to educating and encouraging students, staff, and families to recognize the warning signs of suicide and guide those in need to appropriate services and supports. While the district has communicated the importance of suicide awareness in the district parent-student handbook, through school messages and on ID cards, this resolution memorializes the district's intent to further amplify the importance of suicide awareness and build an annual public awareness campaign on the support and services available to our students, families, and staff. And with that, I request the board give consideration to approve, adopt resolution number 9.
I'd like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 9, recognizing September as National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Charis Espinoza. Seconded by Mr. Fortuna. That's a roll call vote. Mr. Perez? Oh, you want to speak? Oh, sorry.
Mark, given
Your mic's not on, sir.
Given that we'll be opening up the majority of our schools soon, and we'll be scheduling our back-to-school nights, will we have literature available for parents on suicide prevention and hotline numbers and so on and so forth, so that they can take that along with them?
I will work with, I'll work with Mr. Ross and the staff in Student Support and Health Services, and we'll make sure that our schools have the resources available for our families regarding this topic. We'll make sure that we have information available.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a
Mr. Perez?
question. Within our school district, do we have data sets, or can you get data sets from Sacramento County Health Department regarding attempted suicides, actual suicides within the Sacramento County, and within our districts?
So I'd have to work with our health coordinator in terms of the specific data that we receive. There's confidentiality related to it. I'd have to work directly with our Department of Safety Security as well as our health coordinator to determine what data is available to us.
You said, I didn't quite understand what you said.
So what I'd need to do, Mr. Perez, is I'd work with, I can't share with you specifically the data we get. We do have data because we get directly connected with situations through what are termed 5150 reports,
Right.
as well as unfortunate situations and catastrophic situations we have in the district. So we do have data as it relates to Sacramento County, and then getting that data set specific to our families in Elk Grove. I need to work more closely with our health coordinator as well as our Department of Safety and Security to see exactly what that data set is.
So has there ever been a data set developed like that for any school district that you know of?
I can't say that I'm specific. I can't say that I'm specifically aware of. It's not, this isn't a data set that we are analyzing regularly. I don't want to give the impression that we don't have data, but it is not a data set that we are analyzing regularly. The data sets that we do have and we analyze very carefully are the incidents that are reported to us or the incidents that we are directly involved with that are connected to our 5150 reports. Those we monitor very, very carefully. And we've got a whole methodology of when those are taking place and the communications that go within our system to ensure that we're responding quickly and all resources are made available to the individual and the families.
Well, this issue is very important to me. As you're aware, I support mental health and public health in school settings, school clinic settings within schools, and be preventive mode within the school setting. And I'm pretty sure that my fellow board members agree with me that we need that data and to implement programs within our school districts at all levels. And I like you and your staff to get that for us as soon as possible. Because, we have extra funding now. We could support extra counselors throughout our district. We could almost double our counseling, caseloads within our schools, and that's what I support. More counselors within our schools and preventive measures. And also get community-based organizations who are bilingual, bicultural, literate and competent to deal with these issues through their organizations who specialize in these particular services.
Our counselors, our mental health therapists, our social workers, when I don't want to give the impression that we're perfect. I never want to give that impression, but we have a very systematic approach that we work with. Our MTSS programs and our MTSS services, the key is being proactive
Mhm.
and being able to identify students in need. In terms of our 5150s follow through, and when we're working on those, we track those. I don't want to give anybody the impression that we don't have any data and we don't know. The county data is what I'm not necessarily familiar with and how it lines up with ours. But in terms of our services, those services we have internally, but part of that also is connecting the family with external services and supports, because oftentimes families, they may not, for example, have health insurance. So they may not know necessarily where to go to get services. And even those that do may be questioning where they can go to immediately be provided services. And that's a huge resource that we provide, is connecting our families. We don't engage in medical therapy. We engage in educationally related services, but what we do is we have a very strong network to connect our families to those medical services.
Well, I know and you know that bullying can result in suicides.
Okay, let's get to this option, please.
Excuse me?
We're talking about the resolution, Mr. President.
Yes, but I'm saying that we have indicators, data sets, such as how many bullying incidents, and those individuals who have been bullying should be counseled and supported within our school systems. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, let's not
Okay.
point fingers at our staff, please.
And so make sure that this data set is available to our counselors and to us. We'd like to know how prevalent it is within our community, and we want to deal with it.
Okay. I would like to point out that on the back of my daughter's ID card is a suicide prevention phone number, which
Exactly.
I appreciate. It's on every student ID's the back of every student ID number. And I thought that was an excellent move we've made recently. So I have a first and a second, first by Ms. Charis Espinoza, second by Mr. Fortuna. I'm ready for a roll call vote unless someone else. Thank you. Mr. Perez,
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson,
Aye.
Dr. Martina Soler,
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza,
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna,
Aye.
Mr. Yang,
Aye.
and I from myself, it's unanimous.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next item is public comment. Ms. Soriana, are there any public comments via Zoom for items not on the agenda?
Madam Board. I'll be on. Yes. There are public comments. And we'll.
Can you go ahead and just move to this? Yes, thank you.
So I'll list them in order and we will check to see if they're available at the time that we list them. If not, they'll just go to the back of the line. The first would be Kathy Wilson. Second would be Janice Smith, followed by Dustin Newell, then Joel Boyd, then Jamila Lucas, next Sahar Semat Alat, then Exquisitive Hundley, Romina Vargas, and then Kent Chen. So we'll see first. Kathy Wilson is not yet online. So
Okay, hold
we
on.
will-
Ms. Soriana, that's a total of how many?
9, ma'am.
9?
Nine.
Okay, and I have 10 here. So we have a total of 19 for this item.
Okay.
Would the board prefer to stay at 3 minutes or go to 2 minutes for the 19? If I can have a quick read, Mr. Press?
3 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Yang?
We got 19 speakers.
We have 19 speakers, sir.
And what's the time that we,
We allow 3 minutes of comment, but we can make it shorter when often when we have over 15 or 20 on an item, we make it shorter.
I'm okay with 3 minutes.
3 is great. Thank you.
3.
3?
3.
All right, that's a majority. There's no need to go further. Thank you. Let's move down your list, Ms. Pinkerton.
Okay, so we will start with Miss Janice Smith.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
We can, thank you.
My name is Janice Smith. I am a member of BYOP, co-host on podcast Black versus the Board of Education, and member of Black Girl Support Network. I'm a Black female who has been through EGUSD, and I am now.
We lost you. The last thing you said was EGUSD. You went through EGUSD.
I am now a 10th grader at Florin High School. I am coming to you all again on behalf of how I feel when it comes to the school district handling back to school. I am honestly astonished on how us students are being forced to attend school. You're throwing us students into a lion's pit. You all will be surprised on the amount of Black students who succeeded during distance learning. It is very disheartening that we are not given the option to do homeschooling with our home school. We are forced to either go to school or be transferred to Los Flores. I don't understand how you all expect a group of high school students, young adults who are still maturing, to follow all of your protocols and guidelines. I can't even take a U in the law class, which is only provided at Foreign High School, from home. As a student who is petrified to go back in the classroom, it's not fair. I feel like there was no thought put into these decisions, and honestly, when COVID rates start spiking and students are getting ill, it is on your hands, each and every one of you who make those decisions, because every student does not have a strong immune system and every student is not vaccinated. So if and when COVID does spread on your campuses and a child gets sick and dies, you are all at fault. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Dustin Newell.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. We can.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. I have 3 children in the district who are in elementary, middle, and high school. As you may know, the FDA is expected to move the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccination from emergency use authorization to approved in the coming weeks. However, since no vaccine has been approved for children under the age of 12, we have large populations of unvaccinated individuals in our schools and may continue to have them for the foreseeable future. They are our most vulnerable among us, and they can't make the choice to be vaccinated. EGUSD staff and teachers, on the other hand, do have the choice. I'm concerned about the potential for anti-vaccine staff or employees putting our children at risk. The COVID-19 Delta variant is causing a massive uptick in cases, and we are on the path to shutting down again or suffering many losses if we can't curb this growth. This pandemic is becoming one of the unvaccinated, with high 90 percentiles in infections, hospitalizations, and deaths in unvaccinated people, while those who are vaccinated are suffering far less symptoms if they do incur a breakthrough infection. The CDC has said this in guidance for COVID-19 prevention in K-12 schools. Vaccination is the leading public health prevention strategy to end the COVID-19 pandemic. Promoting vaccination can help schools safely return to in-person learning as well as extracurricular activities and sports. Promoting vaccination and providing access to vaccination isn't enough. Governor Newsom has recently required that state and healthcare employees get vaccinated, and many private businesses and education institutions have already required it for staff and in some cases students. I am shocked that we have no vaccination requirement in place for the people that are in close contact with our vaccinated children. We are still experiencing exposures and infections in schools around the district and active cases and quarantines happening right now. A majority of cases have occurred in elementary schools, despite all precautions that have been taken. I'm concerned we aren't doing enough to protect the children who can't be vaccinated. I ask that the board create and enforce policy that requires staff, employees, or contractors working at these locations to provide proof of vaccination or proof of recent negative tests. We already require certain vaccinations for our children to attend school. Why can't we do the same to protect those who cannot vaccinate yet? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Soriano, can you tell who's next and then who's on deck?
Yes, so the next speaker would be Joel Boyd, followed by Jamila Lucas.
Okay, good evening, board members. Just want to confirm that you can hear me.
Hi, Mr. Boyd, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. Again, thank you for the pleasure of being able to engage with the school board tonight. I just want to give just some, if I may, give just some brief feedback from the last school board meeting. I was really taken back by the events that occurred at the ending of the school board meeting. I want to take this opportunity to recognize Superintendent Hoffman. There were contracts that were approved, and then there were threats of having closed room discussions being discussed in public, and I thought that that was appalling and unprofessional. Superintendent Hoffman, you've had to make some tough decisions this year, and you continue to make tough decisions in light of a lot of opposing thoughts and a lot of pressure. So I want to take this time, as you took the time to recognize your staff members and your cabinet for doing an awesome job. I also would like to recognize you for having to make some tough decisions and tough decisions that you're going to have to continue to make. I know everything is not perfect. You have opened up some venues for us to have those discussions, and I appreciate you for doing that. It's going to make the community better. I also want to thank Trustee Yang and Trustee Espinoza for being the adults in the room that night. And I really hope that we do not have a repeat of what happened at the last board meeting to occur in this board meeting. I also would like to say again, Superintendent Hoffman, you're having to make some tough decisions to keep the public safe during this time of spikes of COVID increase. And I want to thank you and to please stand strong and to continue to keep the public safety first. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Boyd. Ms. Soriano?
Jamila Lucas, followed by Sahar Sematala. And we will go to Sahar Sematala.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sahar, and I have 2 kids that go to Helen Card Castello, starting 5th grade and 2nd grade. And I appreciate you taking the time to listen to our concerns. Although the district has done a great job with everything, we were the first ones to close down whenever the pandemic started. So I greatly appreciate that we do live in this district and in Elk Grove. However, there is one concern I do have. I have family who lives all over Europe, and throughout this entire pandemic, their kids, I've been monitoring like what their kids are doing when they go to school. And one thing that all those kids are doing in a lot of other countries are doing are temperature checks before these kids walk into a classroom. And I really think that this is something very simple where it might take an extra 2 minutes of the time for teachers before children walk inside that classroom for teachers to just check their temperature with a thermometer and have them walk in the classroom. Because as we know, parents do not always send their kids home to school when they are not feeling, when they are well. We know many times in the previous years where our kids are always coming home sick is because parents, because they don't have a choice, they send their kids, sick kids to school all the time. And we know it's happened to many of us, and we've all experienced it firsthand. And right now with this situation with COVID, with being the Delta variant is very serious and our kids are not vaccinated, we cannot completely trust that parents are going to make sure that their kids are well before they send them to school. So we would truly appreciate if all the teachers can have access to thermometers before the kids can walk into the classroom, just to check their temperatures, just so we can have a little bit more peace of mind, knowing that our kids are all, no one has a fever, everyone's good to go. And also another matter I wanted to discuss is our lunch. I know that where the kids are masking in the classroom, but lunchtime is a major concern. And how are they going to be socially distancing? How are they going to be obviously we don't want to have 200 kids in one, lunchroom. I know that they're going to be dividing them by classes, but if they can try and kind of give the parents a little bit better understanding of how this is going to work, it would give us a little bit more understanding of what we need to feel comfortable with, and know that our kids are going to be taking their masks off to eat. And that's just, that is one part that we need a little bit more clarity from the district and from the schools on lunchtime, and how are they going to have tents outside? Are they going to be inside? Are they going to split the classrooms? If all of that would be given to us a little bit more information before the Thursday, that would be greatly appreciated. And thank you for listening to my concerns.
Thank you.
The following will be the next ones. Exquisitive Hundley is next, followed by Romina Vargas.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay, good evening. My name is Exquisitive Hundley. I am here tonight on behalf of BYOP. BYOP could not be here tonight because we're out serving the community. I would like to remind you all that we did submit a proposal to address disproportionate discipline within Elk Grove Unified, and it was presented before the board on June 15th, 2021 for over 1.5 hours. On the follow-up board meeting on June 25th at the 1:40 mark, Mr. Hoffman stated at the next board meeting, he will meet with all 3 groups. Also, it was stated at the 2:13 mark at the same board meeting, and the board members were in agreement that the superintendent and his team will meet with all three vendors and to see what was being offered. To this day, Mr. Hoffman nor any of his staff has not followed through with this meeting with at least BYOP. We were, however, informed that we had to start all over and submit an RFP, apparently the same process that all of your vendors go through. By the way, this process is very convoluted. The RFP proposals that are being addressed is for any organization that work with in the Black community and has gotten off the focus of the disproportionate discipline. Let me remind you that there is still no plan in place for Black students, and Elk Grove is still #1 in the state for disproportionate discipline. Please do not insult my intelligence by saying the numbers have decreased when in 2019, 2020 was not a full school year, and there was still 897 suspensions of Black students according to the California dashboard. When will Mr. Hoffman and his team honor the request that by the board and meet with BYOP? When will our Black kids be made a priority in this district? And when will the stall tactics cease? BYLP is here and will continue to be here for our Black children. We will continue to stand on the front lines and advocate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Romina Vargas, followed by Kent Chen, and then we will go back to Ms. Wilson and Ms. Jamila Lucas. Then we'll follow up with Kent Chen and one more call out to Kathy Wilson.
Is it there?
Kent, Mr. Wilson was his name? I'm sorry.
Kent Chen.
Mr. Chen, can you hear us? We cannot hear you for some reason, Mr. Chen. Can you please unmute your computer or yourself on the screen? Is it Zoom, Mr. Mate?
Yeah.
In Zoom, you toggle over the top right corner. It says mute, unmute. You would press right there, Mr. Chen.
Next.
He might have stepped away. Can we move on to the next one and we'll check back one more time before we finish?
We'll go back to Kathy Wilson. And then we'll go back to Jamila Lucas. And back to Romina Vargas. Okay. And then the last one is Ken Chen.
Okay, we'll move on to blue cards and then we'll circle back on Zoom one more time.
So the first speaker, if you can please come up to the podium, you'll have 3 minutes. Chris Chavez, and right after that will be Joe Gulliver. Chris Chavez. Okay.
Good evening, board members, Mr. Hoffman and Ms. Avalos. My name is Chris Chavez. I'm a member of the District Technology Services Department, and I'm here to speak to the board regarding the matter of staff members having the opportunity to do telecommuting or remote work options from home. Something that during the COVID-19 lockdown last year, our district, as well as districts throughout the nation, had to adjust how we did educational options, or we had our educational options for students. And then also staff members also being able to do work either from home or different schedules to kind of help with shelter in place. During the previous 15 months, The Technology Services Department managed to do all of our normal work from home, facilitating teachers with educational options via Zoom, giving access to online educational options, helping students attend classes and learning sessions via Zoom. Something that I feel is something that could be an option for staff members going forward, not only during the current situation where we have possible exposures to Delta or Lambda variants of COVID, but also going forward beyond the COVID situation. Working from home is something that helps to reduce the exposure to illness for others, either to other employees or to the public at large. Something that within the district office, within the enclosed space of the district office, members of various offices are exposed to potential illness from other office spaces. Within our district office, we do have several offices that actually have their normal entrances open to the hallway areas on a regular basis, something that is potentially could spread illness amongst staff members. The money that's available right now as far as COVID with the $230 million, it's something that's not going to be available forever. So once COVID monies have expired, the district may be forced into situations as we have in the past, depending on the state's educational budget options, where we may have to take a look at reducing district's expenses, whether it be facilities expenses for building costs, utilities costs, something that remote work options for employees could help to address. I am asking that the board please form a committee to explore options that may be available for employees as far as remote work options at home. If there's any additional information that either myself or any member of our office can provide, we'd be more than happy to do so. And I appreciate your time and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is Joe Billafor. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I'm here as a concerned parent. A few weeks ago, we got a notice that one of our child has been exposed to COVID. All three of them go to Joseph Sims. And, you know, I'm just a concerned parent that wants my kid to be protected, not just mine, but everybody else. The mitigation, the protocol that we have right now, I don't believe has gone far enough. I believe that they should be masking outside too, because as kids, if you watch them play out there, they're all over the place. They're hugging on each other, they're pushing each other. So many physical contact, in which, you know, they should. They didn't ask for this disease to happen. It just happened. And I wish we didn't have to wear a mask. And I understand that right now we're in a polarized situation. And I'm sure that the district can come up with some kind of plan that would ease my anxieties, and I'm pretty sure other parents' anxieties, and that we can get together as a community without being so overly polarized from one camp to the next. Because we have to keep in mind that the most precious thing we have is playing in those yards, those schoolyards. There are kids. And the dread of thinking that one of my kids can get sick, or three of my kids can get sick because this thing is so contagious, it's terrifying. But I understand that's my thoughts. It's not the thought of everybody else. So I'm here as a father just to ask that if you guys can come up with some kind of mitigation procedure that protects our kids, but also kind of keeps us all in one camp. Because I'm really getting tired of Camp Red and Camp Blue. You know, Chris, Rob, we went to Valley. we all went to Valley together. We all got along. We were a family. And we did things in that school. We accomplished things in that school that I don't think has ever been duplicated again. And I'm hoping and praying that we can do that same thing right now because our kids' lives is at stake. And I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Next is Bianca, followed by Matt Fester.
Good evening. I'm just going to read off my phone here. Thank you to the district for your efforts in getting our children back to the classroom and attempting to keep them safe. I am here to represent the 350 other concerned parents that signed my petition that I started, that I know the district is aware of, asking for increased safety measures to keep our children safe. I have been in contact for weeks now with the school principal, the county nurse. I've called the district several times and even CDPH. I became particularly concerned after my son's first exposure to COVID. I told myself I was going to get involved and do what I could to advocate for my children. I received responses. I began asking questions and questions that didn't have answers. I was escalated up to 4 times to get an answer. I even was escalated all the way up to CDPH. And I got responses like, I know it's not ideal and the guidelines are likely to change as the cases increase. My response to that is, why do we have to wait for the cases to increase? Why can we not be a little more proactive? Our children's lives depend on it. I have since had 6 exposures notifications to my family and my 3 boys, one of them with 3 cases in one classroom, the first grade classroom. So you can imagine what kind of anxiety that causes for a parent. I do know that there are parents here on both sides of the spectrum, but I do believe that there is a happy medium to offer some reassurance to all parents. The following items is what I'm asking the board to kindly consider implementing for our at-risk, unvaccinated elementary age school children. I'm asking for increased testing accessibility and/or surveillance testing. Optional work packets for 10-day quarantines for all students in an exposed classroom, since I have learned that the contact tracing is not always reliable. I'm asking that all schools be required to have a 6-foot socially distanced lunchtime. My school, Joseph Sim, currently only does 3 feet. They say they do not have the space to do 6 feet. If that is the case, then make lunch or the option to eat outside, eat on the grass, anything like that. We're just looking for some type of happy medium here. A request to either mandate masks during recess or do a socially distanced recess like it was done during the hybrid year last year. Some type of structural recess that requires rotation of activities of some sort. Looking at staffing allocations, use of COVID funds to ensure that playgrounds and
That is
highly
time.
touched equipment can be sanitized daily. All
Please
right, that is
finish.
it. The rest will come later, but again, thank you so much for.
Excuse me, I would like to listen to those. You had excellent input, and I think this board needs to hear that. And if it's all right with my fellow board members, is it all right for her to?
There's 4 more on the list.
Oh,
Is it
4
fine
more?
to read them?
Okay.
Please go very quickly.
Thank you. I'm asking for increased transparency by notifying the school of cases or updating the dashboard daily, as that is the tool that I use to determine to send my kids to school or not. Improve contact tracing by means of increasing staff at recess to ensure its accuracy. I know right now they ask the child, who did they play with, to determine contact tracing during recess. It's not always reliable. And lastly, asking for public information to be provided on quality control, CDPH school audits for compliance, and lastly, information about proactive measures during the cold and flu season from the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Matt, is it Fester? And Feaster, followed by Heidi Moore.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for your time tonight. So I'm here as a concerned parent tonight. I hear people on both sides of this discussion, sharing their concerns about their kids. So I'd like to raise my concern about my kids and the other kids in the district. And my concern is that I don't want my kids wearing a mask at school. I believe in choice and freedom. This country was founded on individual liberties and freedom. We should have freedom to choose for our own kids what they're doing at school as it relates to these masks. Mr. Perez, you were a big advocate about data in our first presentation tonight, and I'm 100% with you. And I think that if you examine the data about the outcomes that children have with COVID-19, you would see that there's no reason for these children to be masked. These children do extremely well with COVID-19, and they don't pass it to people. They don't pass it to adults. The data is showing that. When this first started and we had to shut the school year down last year, we were all scared. I was scared. I didn't know what was going to happen. I thought everybody thought we were all going to die from COVID. But we know now, 18 months into this thing, that that's not the case. And I understand that cases are rising and all of that. I get it. But we're not talking about the data as it relates to these kids. And that's the subject at hand here, is kids in school. The adults can get vaccinated if they want to. The adults can wear masks if they want to, and any of the kids can wear masks if they want to. People are saying that all the kids should be masked outside. Everybody's welcome to wear a mask if that's what they want to do. Nobody is, the great thing about this country used to be that we all got to decide for ourselves what was best for us and our families. And we're not there anymore. And so I understand that you all are following the guidance from Sacramento County. I get all of that. This is multifaceted. I'm a government employee myself. I understand how these things are multifaceted. I get it. But I know for a fact that there's at least a couple of people sitting up there on the dais tonight that are for mask choice. And so what I would say to you is we could, whatever we can do to try to move that forward in this setting, to me, is a very responsible and humane thing to do. There are new studies emerging about the breathing in of nanoplastics from these masks that our kids are wearing. And that's dangerous for their long-term lung health. My mother died of terminal lung disease at 65. Let me tell you how important your lungs are. This is not a joke. These kids are being driven into situations where they're feeling depressed. They're breathing in their own bodily waste. Your body is not designed to breathe all of that back in all day long. That's not the thing. You're supposed to excrete those gases from your body, not to breathe them back in. So I would just like to say tonight that there's a big group of us here who really feel strongly about mask choice and the idea that as parents, we get to decide what's best for our kids, not some state bureaucrats above anybody in this room who also don't follow the own rules that they're creating. All of this is coming down from one person. Those kids are not following the rules. So, and there's photos of that. So anyway, thank you for your time tonight. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can the speakers, Mr. Chairman, can the speakers identify themselves and also what schools their children attend also?
Yes, she announces them when they come up. I think they might have announced themselves.
And we have the blue card with all their information that will
Yes,
be
but
back.
for my sake and for the public's sake that's on the Zoom,
My name is Matt Feaster. I have one graduated from Elk Grove High School, two currently attending, and two at Florence Markoffer.
Thank you.
I'd like to just indicate that while speakers may certainly provide information about themselves, they're not required to provide any information. No parent needs to state their name nor where their child goes to school.
Thank you.
Next up, for speakers, Heidi Moore. Followed by, is it RV? RV? I believe RV Moore is next after that.
I'll have another issue. For the sake of the speakers, is there any way we could clean the area which they are touching?
I personally don't care.
You don't care?
No.
But I care about you. And so, I care about my community. And I like you have a safe environment here for your sake and for the following speakers.
Mr. Perez, Will you please let them speak? And if they would like it,
Ms. Chairman,
if they would like us to clean it, we will be happy to. Ms.
Their request.
what?
Ms. Moore,
If
Ms.
somebody
Moore has
requests
indicated
it,
she
we'll
has
do it.
not requested, but if someone does request it, we will make sure it's done. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak. Finally. Last board meeting, Tony Perez spoke about his concern with the spread of COVID and quote, the Delta virus. I don't know what the Delta virus is, but I'm assuming he was talking about the Delta variant. He also said cases, quote, doubled, 10% doubled. I'm not sure what 10% doubled means, but I do know that he suggested shutting down schools again without guidance. He also admitted that this board shut down our schools without guidance in 2020. In fact, this board was the first board in the country to shut down their district without guidance and without a plan to educate our kids. Our district was also one of the last schools to have a plan to educate our kids from home. You are one of the last districts to let our kids come back to school. And now that they are finally back in person, you make them wear a mask for 7 hours a day. My question is, how are you justifying making masks mandatory for our kids? Have you each taken the time to study the statistics for Sac County yourself? I'd like to share a few numbers with you. The total population of our county is more than 1.5 million people. The total cases for our county is 115,732, and in a percent, that's only 7.7% of our county that's contracted COVID. The total deaths in our county, 1,781. That's 0.12% people that have died in our county. Total deaths from ages 0 to 29, 14 deaths. If you look at this statistic alone, a student's chance of dying from COVID is practically zero. The county had to group children with individuals up to 29 to make a total number of 14. And sadly, the children who have died from COVID have had a pre-existing condition such as leukemia. There are many more statistics I'd love for you to look at for yourself. And please remember that if teachers want to be vaccinated, they've had the opportunity to do so. Finally, the rationale that kids need to wear masks to keep them from getting sick is not backed up by the evidence that this virus is less severe than influenza for kids, as the CDC's own statistics acknowledge. Did you know that 434 kids died from the flu in the 2019-20 season, and 600 kids died from the flu in the 2017-18 season? Only 332 kids have died with COVID-19 in our entire country in 18 months. To clarify, these are nationwide stats. If we didn't mask up schools for flu season, why are we masking up our kids now? It does not make sense. Please, please follow real science. Keep our schools open and make masks a choice for kids. Other districts are making masks optional. Orange County Board of Education is even suing the governor over masks because they said he misused power in a way that threatens serious harm to children. You can step up today and do the right thing. You are paid to represent our kids. Please make the right choice. Thank you.
Next up is it RV Moore, followed by Colton Moore.
Do I have permission to stand by my daughter while she makes her speech? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Avery and I'm a student at McGarvey Elementary. I want to ask that you make masks optional for students in our district. My school says to be accountable and wear a mask, but I don't have a choice to wear a mask because I'm forced to wear one if I want to attend school. I should be holding you accountable for making children wear a mask because it's unsafe for children to be breathing high levels of carbon dioxide for 7 hours a day. Gavin Newsom's son was not wearing a mask at indoor day camp. If our own governor doesn't even follow these silly rules, then they must not be that important. If Gavin Newsom's son doesn't wear a mask, how can you force me to wear a mask? It's not fair. I hope you'll do the right thing and let kids go to school without a mask if they want to. Thank you.
Thank you, Colton Moore, followed by Taylor Moore.
Hello, my name is Colton. Hello, my name is.
I think you can lower it.
My name
Yeah.
is- student from McGarvey Elementary School.
Can you hold on a moment?
Hello, my name is Colton and I'm a student at McGarvey Elementary School. You tried to say that wearing a mask keeps me safe, but I don't feel safe when I wear a mask. I feel anxious and nervous. Wearing a mask makes it hard for me to concentrate. It makes me feel so tired. I also can't see my teacher's mouth, and that makes it hard for me to understand what she is trying to teach me. And at the end of the day, my mask is disgusting. Little children who can't breathe with their masks on are depending on you to make the right decision for us. We are not even the ones spreading the virus. Please allow mask choice for students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Taylor, and I believe Carol Lynn Fitchman after that.
Can we raise it up now?
Yes.
Please.
button on the side.
Button.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, what you doing? Thank you very much. My name is Taylor Moore. I am a father of 4 beautiful children. I have 1 child at Pleasant Grove High School, 1 child going to Albiani, and 2 children at McGarvey Elementary School. I believe you've forgotten your role as public servants to the families of Elk Grove Unified School District and have become pawns to the Teachers Association, an association that has demonstrated their selfishness, pushing a specific political agenda. Our children are no longer safe from you. Those who have been elected to support the educational growth of our children, you no longer follow the science, which has shown many times over that our children are not the spreaders of this virus, that our children are not vulnerable to this virus. Any loss of life is tragic, but those children who have died were extremely sick children who weren't going to school anyways. All of the teachers and administrative staff have either had the vaccine or had the opportunity to have the vaccine. Why do you continue to place a burden upon our children that doesn't belong to them? If your vaccine is safe and effective, then why insist our children continue to wear masks and be separated on the playground? You, above all people, should know how important these years are for the growth and development of our children. Yet you stifle their breathing, reducing necessary oxygen to their developing brains. You wage psychological warfare on their precious minds by covering a smile and other important nonverbal communication cues. Has anyone for a second considered the long-term effects on social behaviors, mental health, and educational development? These mask mandates are extremely short-sighted, and our children may suffer from these politically motivated agendas and mandates for the rest of their lives and affect generations to come. It is extremely alarming that our educators across the nation have placed self-interests above the most vulnerable. How is it that you have not looked at the science, actual peer-reviewed studies, validated studies, and made logical decisions to protect our tender children? The science does not justify or validate these actions. The answers are before you. Do the research. That's your job. I extend to you and I exhort you to self-reflect and remember why you started your careers. What values did you promise to hold yourself to? I invite you now to have empathy for our children and end the suffering and damage that is being forced upon them, and have the moral courage to do the right thing, even when it's difficult, because it's going to be difficult to do the right thing, to have moral courage. This is not about you, and it is not about me. It's about the children. Do the right thing and unmask our kids. Thank you.
Carolyn, followed by Michelle Child.
Hello, I'm Carol Lynn Fittimet. I've lived in this community for 40 years. I was a school nurse for this school district and had appalling things going on that I ended up resigning. If anyone wants to ask me about it, I'd be happy to tell you. Once we start down this road of having to mandate that our young children are going to be masked, when does it stop? I was a school nurse here for 2 years. During that time, we had horrible flu outbreaks. We were never mandated to have to wear masks. People die from the flu. People die from car accidents. People die from leukemia. My husband died from lymphoma. People die all the time. Why are you going to treat our children like they're diseased? They're not. They're precious. They're our future. Please, please don't make them wear a mask. Let it be optional. If parents are so afraid because our government has made them so afraid, let them wear a mask. But why are young children, with all the statistics that we know, are saying that our children are not the ones that are contacting this? Why are we counting cases anymore? We know that the testing was invalid. Why? Why are you doing this to our children? Who's forcing you to do this? Please don't do this to our children.
Next, we have Michelle Childs, followed by Catherine, and the last comment will be Courtney.
So just to start, I want to say I find it really, really sad how many kids are just terrified with what's going on. Ultimately, it's a 99.6% survival rate. So I mean, for pretty much everybody, especially the kids. So the mask mandate's just absurd to me. It should be a choice. And the fact that because certain people are overly scared because they're not seeing all the facts, I don't think it's right to be putting the masks on all our other kids that are, it's not healthy for them. It's not right for them. So they're getting robbed of important life experiences, and it's time to stop the nonsense. Ultimately, I'm worried that this whole mask thing is going to become, now it's this, this experimental vaccine is going to become a mandate. It's like, what's next? What's next? It's going to keep leading on to more. It should be a choice that's made amongst your family and for yourself. It's tyranny. It needs to stop. If someone wants to wear a mask, I'm not against it. Hey, good for you. You guys go ahead, wear a mask. If someone doesn't want to, right on. Okay, don't wear one. You want to get vaccinated. I mean, it should be a choice. Ultimately, what everybody's been saying, it's kind of a repeat of that. It should be a choice, and we shouldn't be being shamed for wanting to breathe freely and wanting our children to be able to smile and show their beautiful faces. People are being shamed for that, and it's not right. These are our kids. Like, I don't understand any of it or how it's with everything I know. A lot of kids are getting pulled from school. I have numerous people who I know who've already pulled their kids from school, which means you guys are going to lose funding, which clearly that's not what we want for our schools. Less kids in school, less funding you're going to get. And ultimately that's what's happening. And my daughter's already said she'd rather be pulled from school than get vaccinated. So we're kind of on this fence with this whole mask thing. Like, what's next? There's a lot of people who have already pulled their kids and already more people that are going too soon. So the mask thing in regards to the Florida did a bacteria, study on it and everything, and it just proves they're not healthy as well, especially small kids. They drop their masks on the ground, pick them up, put them on their face. Would you want to wipe the ground and put a mask on, touch your face? No, you're going to wash your hands. So make sure kids are washing their hands. You want to temperature check them? Fine, that's fine. You don't segregate kids. You said in one of your letters that, if they weren't masked or if they weren't vaccinated, that they should social distance and mask, and you were going to suggest that. How are you guys going to suggest that? Segregation is moving backwards in history and not in a good way. That's not okay. Some people may not see it as a big deal, but when you've seen the terrible effects it's having on our children, their emotional state, social skills, health, and education, I would think you'd stop pushing this on them. To see my daughter go from a strong, independent, confident child break down in tears because she has no friends anymore. She's missing out on so many experiences because of this whole situation. If you saw that happening and you had kids where you were witnessing these children go through this, I truly believe you'd feel differently. I feel like you guys, everybody, I think, has deep down good hearts and wants the right thing. Ultimately, masks aren't it. So in the famous words of Benjamin Franklin, they that give up essential liberty to obtain a little safety deserves neither liberty nor safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine? Followed by Courtney.
Hello. Thank you for having us all here today. My name is Catherine. I have been a nurse for about 5 years. And I just wanted to address basically the effectiveness of masks with children today. Goes against everything we were trained, actually. You know, we use masks in the nursing field to protect others, as we've mentioned a lot today. But a healthy person wearing a mask does nothing. And Dr. Anthony Fauci himself has actually been quoted saying, masks are really for infected people only, to prevent them from spreading infection to people who are not infected, rather than protecting uninfected people from acquiring the infection. The typical mask you buy in a drugstore is not effective in keeping out the virus, which is small enough. The droplets are small enough to pass through any material. And I just want to follow that with a article from the NIH, the National Institute of Health. Stanford study results prove that face masks are ineffective to block the transmission of COVID-19 and actually can cause health deterioration and premature death. A recent Stanford study released by the National Institute of Health, which showed that masks do absolutely nothing to help prevent the spread. And that was done by the National Center for Biotechnology Information Government website. And it's an NCBI as a branch of the National Institute of Health. And there are so many long-term effects. The data suggests that both medical and non-medical face masks are ineffective to block human-to-human transmission of viral and infectious disease such as SARS-CoV-2, COVID-19, supporting against the uses of face masks. Wearing face masks have been demonstrated to have substantial adverse psychological, physiological effects. These include hypoxia, hypercapnia, shortness of breath, increased acidity in the body and toxicity, activating the fear and stress response, rise in stress hormones, immunosuppression, fatigue, headaches, and decline in cognitive performance. Do we really want this for our children? The physiological effects, psychological effects, and health consequences in the long-term effects of wearing masks for our children who are developing, who need to see the faces or expressions, and they need not to be breathing in their CO2. There's a recent study done via Healthline that young children are not only at a lower risk for developing COVID-19, but they do not play a significant role, if any, to spread the SARS-CoV while attending school, is what the study from the Journal of American Medical Association. And it appears that young children under 10 have shown, not only in this study, but observationally over the last year, that it has little to do with, they have little to do with the spread of COVID-19. They looked at the data in more than 47,000 children under the ages of 14 and 101,000 from 14 to 19 years old. They found that children in the youngest age group had the lowest increase
Please
in evidence.
finish your comment.
Yes. The lowest increase, or the lowest incidence of infection of COVID-19. So just the fact that these kids are less likely to spread it than any other age group and that we have. So sorry to go over.
Excuse me, can you submit those studies to us?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I would be more than happy to send that to you.
Okay.
Do you mind providing me an email address?
Yes, just, a secretary's right over there.
Okay, absolutely.
Thank
I'd be
you.
happy to do that.
Thank you. And
Thank you, guys.
Courtney Johnson.
Hi. I'm tired of playing pretend. These masks do nothing to prevent the spread of COVID. We do not need to mask our children for something that hardly affects them or many other healthy adults. I have a daycare and I've been open this entire time. No mask, no social distancing, and there's been no illnesses. Even parents getting COVID, the kids stayed healthy. We do not need to add mask police onto the duty of a teacher. Our teachers need to do their job and get back to teaching our children the basics. They do not need to instill fear onto our children. and their political beliefs. The basics, they need to get back to that. Our children need to get back to being kids. You took away over a year of their childhood that they will not be getting back. My own daughter missed her entire senior year because our district couldn't get their act together. The harm caused on these kids is unforgivable and does not need to be carried on through these laughable mask mandates. Quit punishing our children because of your fear or your want to control other people's lives. Everyone has the option of being vaccinated if they choose to. If you are vaccinated, you should not be worried about anyone else. COVID is not the only illness. Never has been, never will be. I choose to live life, not in fear. That is my choice, just as it is to not vaccinate or not mask my child. It is not yours. If you are scared, please stay home, stay scared. That is your choice. Quit projecting your fear onto everyone else and making us live around your fear. I ask that you for once put these kids first. You have put them through enough. Stop the mask mandate. Let these kids breathe. Let them see their friends' faces and smiles. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we go back and see if the Zoom comment, we had 4 people that had wanted to Zoom that weren't able to?
That is correct, Madam Board President Albiani. We would be looking for Kathy Wilson, Jamila Lucas, Romina Vargas, and Kent Chen.
Mr. Lucas?
Jamila Lucas.
Oh, Mrs., I'm sorry.
Okay, am I muted? Can everyone hear me or like no?
We can hear you now. Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, hello. Yeah, I am. I was just wanting to give a comment. I was hoping someone can direct me to who I should speak with regarding getting the grades changed for my son from last year. And I know that the governor said that the grades could be changed to pass, no pass, if parents wanted to do that. And I do. And I communicated with my son's counselor, and then she didn't have any information on how the change would come to be. And she said the principal, well, that's what she said, because the principal didn't respond to my email. But from her, she told me that the principal wasn't sure on how to proceed forward with that either. And I know I have a student in another school district, and the last day to make the change in San Ramon, it was August 5th. I don't know that there's a statewide deadline, but the option wasn't available to me for my son. And so I'm just hoping that I can get some kind of answers as to, what I need to be doing regarding that. And that's it. Go ahead and clap. No one cares.
Yeah, I will ask staff to follow up with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You have my email. How do I mute that?
We have her contact information, correct, Ms. Wright? We have your contact information due to the way you called in.
Yep, exactly. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm going to go back on mute. Thank you.
Thank you.
The only other 2 would be Romina Vargas and Kent Chen. And they are not on.
Okay, we have none of those, so that concludes our public comment for tonight. Thank you for coming tonight, and thank you.
Madam Chair, I suspect we have some first timers. Do you want to explain to folks why we can't debate
Oh.
or respond?
Public comment is not for items that are not on the agenda, and by the Brown Act, we are not allowed to discuss items that are not on the agenda. So it is our time to take in information, and we are not allowed to discuss it as a board because it was not posted previously, which keeps us from surprise having discussions that the public is not aware of. So that's the basis of the rule. So it's no disrespect to you, or not that we did not listen to your comments and take them seriously. We are not allowed to make any comments or engage in discussion at public comment time.
I have a comment,
Except
issue regarding
Mr.
this.
President.
We just had, where's our legal advisor? Is she still here?
She is not.
Okay, we are not at this time conducting our meetings according to the what act you mentioned?
Brown Act.
The Brown Act. And our legal person told us that. Because under the emergency situation that was declared by Governor Newsom, that we have a lot of latitude at this time because of the COVID virus to do things at a quicker pace. And that's what the intention of our little workshop we had the other day. And that, yes, they are changes within the Brown Act, but under this, there's a lot of things that the agenda can be changed and we could talk to about it.
Mr.
If this
Perez,
is the ti-
we-
Hold on,
hold
I'm
on.
not finished.
I can answer the first
Oh,
part of your
no,
question.
No, because I'm
You're
not finished. And it's all right. I see that we cannot do this, but and we are in an emergency situation and we have an audience here that's willing to talk to us back and forth, civilized, and they want to get engaged. And it's a sad situation that you say we cannot communicate, but that's our responsibility to hear and reply. So why at this time, when we are not following the Brown Act and another
Mr.
variety,
Perez,
hold on, and a variety of
can't
things.
say that. We are following the Brown Act.
Please,
You cannot make a statement that's not correct and let it go unchallenged.
Okay,
We
not
are
totally.
following the Brown Act.
Okay,
And the
not
Brown
totally.
Act is in
We have a
effect.
lot of latitude to
No.
do, is that right?
No, the
no, it
latitude,
is not.
the latitude is related to how we conduct the meetings and allowing the public
Okay,
to view the meetings
Right.
and to share public comments and or comment on items that are on the agenda.
right.
And so many districts are still running their meetings virtually.
Right.
We made the decision to come back in person because that's what we've done.
All right.
But we also have many people that are watching us
Right.
virtually and have been able to participate virtually. So the flexibilities that have come with the Brown Act are in relation to how people can communicate,
Right.
but with the board. But nothing has changed with regards to the board responding to unagendized items. If that were allowed, then really important decisions could be made by a board without the public knowing that that topic was even on the agenda. And that's what the Brown Act protects the board from and protects our community from. The board can only discuss items that are on the agenda, publicly put on the agenda 72 hours ahead of time so that the public knows what it is their elected officials are addressing. And we are following the Brown Act.
Yeah, I agree with you that, yes, we cannot agendize or talk about taking action. Well, we could communicate because I have seen in the past, that some individuals on this board have the privilege to converse back and forth. And now today, it's a different story.
I don't believe it has changed, and I can guarantee
But
you,
I have
since I've been
seen-
president, it has not
I've been
happened.
on this board and I have seen conversations go back and forth between board members and the people from the community.
That doesn't
And
mean it was the
nobody
right
has
thing to
said
do.
Anything about that.
If it has happened, it has not happened since I've been the board president, and I believe someone was surely educated that is incorrect afterwards, Mr. Perez.
That's what I
So
want.
we're moving
Yes, I got
on.
a question of the
Thank you.
community.
We can't take questions from the public.
We can't take public questions from the cabinet. But
Can you ask staff?
it's not an agendized item tonight.
The staff follows up with public comment. We actually have a meeting that happens tomorrow, a follow-up cabinet meeting, and we go through all the public comments. And as you can hear tonight, there's both sides to the equation and other topics as well. And then we do take that information into consideration, and we will follow up with some folks that have very specific pieces. Sometimes it's a issue at a school. The last woman that spoke talked about the grade change piece. Mr. Murray will follow up with her tomorrow to make sure she has the information to be able to do that. So we do a follow-up piece following public comment, but the board just can't engage right now. But we as staff, we will follow up to make sure. Now, many of the topics are broad, so we'll show we've taken into consideration. We just did an FAQ that happened on Friday, and some of the things that you've asked for are actually, for some people have asked for, have already started to be put into place. So that is how the process works.
Okay,
We need to move on.
this is not the time to talk about that in a meeting. I'm sorry.
We can't respond.
We can't respond to public comment. We need to move on.
Well, excuse me then, can me as a board member request to have that put on the agenda?
At other items from the floor, you can bring up something at the end of the meeting. Other items from the floor would be the correct place for that, Mr. Perez, and it would require a board vote.
You can, Tony, and I'm going to be making 4 motions later on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you again. So we're moving to our consent agenda. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments?
Excuse me, before you start on the consent item, we have individuals here in the community who are going to be waiting a long time. And I would like the board to consider changing or turning around the action items of which ones are those?
I believe
Because
it's the school naming. Is that
Yeah,
what you're
school naming,
referencing?
correct.
Number 1 action item?
Yes, yeah, the number 14, public hearing action items. If we could also deal with that particular block of board agendas and give these community people who are here right now, because it's gonna be at least 2 hours, an hour for them to speak or make a decision. So, and this has happened in the past. A lot of times, people come in here and they have to wait
Point
at
made.
the end of the
Point
meeting.
made, Mr. Press.
What?
Point made.
Do you agree?
I would like to
So I'd
do the
like to make
consent
the
agenda.
motion- I'd like to make the motion that we move public hearing action items after this community hearing. I mean, what we just had right now at this point.
I second it.
And I got a second.
Number 1, specific to number 1, action item number 1.
Yes.
No, I'm talking,
The naming of the.
The
Laguna
school
Ridge
naming, is
Yes.
that correct?
right.
But you said action item, so you do not mean, for clarification, 1, 2, and 3, you mean item number 1.
Number 1.
Thank you. Do you have a second still, Mr. Fortuna? Yes. That's a roll call vote. Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Alier?
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
Mr. Yang? Mr. Perez?
What was that? Aye?
Okay, and myself, so that is fine. We will move on to action item number 1. We're taking that out of order. We will return to the consent agenda afterwards. There's a recommendation for the naming of an elementary school in the Laguna Ridge area. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments via Zoom related to this item?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments on Zoom related to this item.
Thank you. And Mr. Pierce, I believe we have a blue card public comment.
And I can guarantee you that I think he would like to wait until after my presentation, if that's okay, Madam President.
That is fine.
And I'm going to ask our guests if they'd be so inclined to join me here at the podium, including you, Mr. Franklin. And thank you for the board's consideration for moving this up in the agenda. I know our guests appreciate that.
Yeah.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos, it is my honor to be before you tonight and to humbly make this recommendation and presentation to you. As the board well knows, anytime that you have the opportunity to name a new school, it's an exciting and a joyous opportunity, and tonight certainly no exception. I will say tonight is unique in that tonight we are not considering naming a school after a person or a place, but rather a tribe of people, the first inhabitants of this area. As we began planning the new elementary school in the Laguna Ridge region, staff and the board had an interest in exploring a name that would honor the Miwok tribe. Of course, the board and staff wanted to ensure that this well-intended endeavor was done correctly and with respect, so that it was ultimately well-received and supported by all, and most importantly, our local tribal leaders and elders. Therefore, we took a very deliberate approach to work with our local tribal leaders and elders to discuss, consider, and most importantly, to listen and to learn. I can't emphasize enough how much this process enlightened me and others who were involved and opened my eyes, to how important it was to go about this process in the manner in which we did. Again, anytime the district formally names a school, it's a celebration and a significant endeavor. However, this one is unique and special for a number of reasons. We're all very encouraged with the relationships this process and naming will forge for countless people. We are all very enthused that this will provide another platform for our tribal leaders and elders to have a direct connection with our district and our students. The school will serve as an important vehicle to share their knowledge, their history, and their culture, not only at the school, but throughout the entire district. Our tribal leaders will be an integral part of the planning and the ongoing culture of the school, and we believe that this will quickly expand throughout the district. It is with great honor and again, pride and respect that this recommendation is being made to the board tonight. I extend the district's respect and appreciation to the Wilton Rancheria Tribal Council for their involvement and their encouragement and engagement to bring this formal naming to fruition. Joining us tonight are Mary Tarango. She's the former interim tribal council chair and a respected elder. Tribal council member Antonio Ruiz, and last and certainly not least, Jesus Tarango, the current tribal council chair. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge council member Tarango and publicly express my appreciation for all of his diligence, his guidance, and his care in helping to bring this fruition. In a word, he's been instrumental, and he is one of those unique people that leaves you feeling like a better person for every interaction that you're afforded with him. I want to thank the entire tribal council and of course, board clerk, Dr. Martinez Alir, for her special guidance, her outreach, and her involvement through this important work. Before the board discusses and considers this item, I would ask council member Tarango if he or any of the other guests would like to address the board.
Check. I didn't want to move it. Tangi Como and Majusha. I just want to say I'm very honored and thankful to be here tonight. I know we're not the ones who started this fight or this movement, but we are here now, right? And I know this isn't the end result. We're going to work towards that. But I just wanted to say I'm just honored for us to be here in this moment, and for the city of Elk Grove to include us in that. You know, and some of the things that I speak about and I talk about in public is bridging that gap between our communities. And I think when you talk about understanding of one's cultures and understanding of people, it starts in education, right? And so what better place for us to be able to come and to show who we are and what we did, what we ate, you know, some of our beliefs and our values. So we're deeply honored to be here tonight. And I know it's a long road ahead, but I wanted to leave it for my mother to speak on our people. We're a matrilineal people. And as long as I have my mother here on this earth, I'm always going to turn to her because that's where I get my strength from, is right here. So I'd like to introduce my mother, Mary Tarango, to speak on behalf of our tribe.
Kujiyatu, members of the board, honorable members of the board. Majishituka, Kujiyateka Pak McCoy. It is my pleasure in being here tonight, and I hope that all of you are well. And it's good to see all of you here. Kanagayatsit Mary Tarango, Kanay Lugustu, William Rancheria. My name is Mary Tarango, as been introduced, tribal elder, former chairwoman of Wilton Rancheria, and Wilton Rancheria being a federally recognized tribe and a sovereign nation. And I know that most of you understand what that means in our relationship, government to government. So it is, I stand here being humbled and honored at the same time to have this opportunity to speak on behalf of our people and what this means to us as a beginning, a new journey to go forward with something as great as this. A school, people may not think that that's a big deal, but we're talking about an education of people. We're talking about that influence of harnessing all of that energy so that we can all understand each other better. In the adversity that we face today, it is so important in that. So I want to commend all of you for taking that first step, or steps as many as they are. And I look forward to walking that journey with you and being able to provide whatever we can as part of our traditions, our culture, our language, and everything that we can in making it a better journey for all of us. I look at it as an elder and I say, well, what is my time here? What can I give? What can I do? And how is it going to be impressed upon our children? And that's what's important. And hearing the discussions tonight about other issues on the table, children is what's foremost and important. So for us, when we look at that, as far as a school, Miwok Village, that is so important because we hear that saying all the time, it takes a village, and that is certainly true. And as we believe in our own traditions and cultures, you know, from our elders to our middle children and to our little ones, you know, that it is important for them to understand, not only in our tribal community, because we welcome that, we want to be a part of that, but in the non-native community as well. Hearing tonight, we may all be on different sides of the road, the journey, but we're all together here and trying to make it right. So I respect and I thank all of you for that consideration. I look forward to the task ahead, the journey ahead, as we say. It'll be a good one, I promise you that, as far as learning the different things and being able, and we'll learn from each other. I think that's the beautiful part of it. So Layla Chu, the one above creator, he gives us all of that. And I think we all have a common understanding and bond in that. So again, I thank you. I commend you for your efforts in that. And I look forward to that journey. So with that, aho, thank you, komotok. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the next comment was by Matt Franklin.
Thank you, Honorable Board, for allowing me to speak on this issue. I was aware of this issue probably about 15 years ago when the young gentleman came into my office and said, we need to seek out the local leaders to find out how to name elementary. And at that time, the full funding was behind it. And I think this district was the second fastest growing in the United States. And so told him who to get a hold of. But he did really get a good job. This district has always sought out the right way to deal with the Native population. I remember sitting in this room where our elder, Mrs. Tarango, was on the Indian Ed Parent Board, and I was just a student. And we learned there what it was to govern our people. The Robert Rules of Order, to say point of order, it's called for. And so I became a chairperson, my sister a chairperson, Mr. Triangle chairperson, all products of Elk Grove Unified School District. How many people could say that this district produces tribal leaders who have met with the United States government at the highest levels? It is historic today. And I just want to say that continue on the relationships, the government to government. I just have a small token for Mr. Pierce. And when I saw this, I saw it, we as Miwok people have guide feathers, and it guides us through and teaches us. And this is just a simple feather. It's just a simple token, but it means a lot to us. And I just wanted to give it to him because his efforts were tremendous in getting this done. And before I go on to the next one, I'll share a quick story. My grandfather, Bill Franklin, he always said, come here, grandson, and sit down. I'm going to tell you a story. He goes, when this area, you were the first inhabitants of this area. He goes, the district and the colleges came to me and they wanted me to give my opinion of what our people spoke our language. They wanted to name the college down the street in Miwok, after our people. So he went out and he sought with people. We used to be thousands in this areas. You know, my tribe had 35,000, this tribe had 20,000. There was 4 dialects that spoke different Miwok language from Slough House to where the Valley High region is now. So he went and he said, grandson, one said Kasumne, one said Kasumnes, one said Kasumnik and Kasumne. And he goes, they didn't listen to me anyways, and they named it Consumnes River College. He said, you know what? Let them stick with that. And after that story, seeing the efforts that your district and your board members, my grandfather's name is alive and well. And so I just want to say thank you. It's an honor. But I also wanted to take the opportunity to acknowledge your superintendent and your board. I have a gift. My sons were a part of the shutdown. And you guys were ahead of the curve, ahead of the nation, regardless of what side you're on. Sometimes being elected officials are hard decisions to take. And sometimes you're not going to be in the political favor, but you guys did what was necessary My sons are well, my family is at home, they graduated. And without the leadership of the superintendent, I would like to wrap him with a blanket. And if you guys could join me in doing so, it takes courage to make hard decisions. And our families here are celebrating an honor and historical day because of the decisions you guys made, and weren't scared to do it. And so I just want to say, we're here to stand with you today, and thank you.
The board's gonna be talking to you. Or requesting. Can you get chairs?
I'd like to call for a motion to approve the naming of the site formerly previously referred to as Laguna Ridge East as the Miwok Village Elementary School.
So move.
And I gladly second.
Moved by Ms. Martinez Soler, seconded by Mr. Fortuna. Ms. Martinez, did you want to make a comment?
Yes. So I know this has been a long project on the works prior to me even coming, I believe, on board with the school naming, trying to recognize the ancestors and the history here, specifically to Elk Grove. And I appreciate the work you've done, Mr. Pierce, with bringing this forward and opening that communication, that bridge to work collaboratively with the tribal government here. In the words of the elder, she spoke, oftentimes, we think of our future and our young and our youth. And so to never forget that, to remember our past while we're remembering the history, but also looking forward with the future generations to come. And I am really honored and humbled to be in the presence of the community members. And thank you wholeheartedly for being here tonight and working in conjunction and a partnership for the future. I felt honored to be a part of that process, to be invited in. So again, thank you all.
Thank you. Mr. Fortuna, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I also am really pleased that the school be named in honor of your community. Since I've been on the board for the past 8 years, and I've met a number of people, I've been actively involved with our Native American program. And it's always a tribute when time can be taken to recognize the people who were before us. And the name will be forever. And that's great. And I'm very happy.
Chair Espinoza.
What a moving presentation. I want to thank our guests for being here. You honor us by consenting to the use of the name. And I don't know if you know, I know in your conversations, you got into discussions about maybe naming the buildings and things like that, but I'm not sure if Mr. Pierce shared with you the specific site design, because of all of the schools that we have, this one in particular, I'm really proud of, not only because it's in the part of the district that I represent, but it is designed with a greater respect for the land. than many of our others. The preservation of the oak grove that maybe you saw. So it is really the perfect school to be honored with this name. And I hope that this will be a step in our ability to improve the way we educate Native and non-Native kids. I think we all know that there's much to be desired in the way that we teach the history and the current state in society of Native people. And I hope that we can continue to build on that partnership. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Press, did you want to speak?
Of course. I gotta stand up, respect. I'm very happy that this is happening, and it's way overdue. You know, 50, we celebrated our 50-year anniversary of ethnic studies at San Francisco State, getting Native American studies, ethnic studies, La Raza studies, Asian American studies, Black African American studies. And now this is a result of that. We have students around the world advocating for peace, coalition building, Third World Liberation Front. That's what I'm about. And it's way overdue. And one of the things that you have capability to do, and I like to advise you to do this, elementary schools are the heart of the community. And again, as an educator and a public health worker who work with Native American clinics throughout the state of California in the primary care and rural health branch, we need primary care clinic settings within schools. That's what I advocate, but I found out I need 4 votes of these 7
Will you please
individuals.
stick to the naming of the school, please? We're honoring them.
Yes, excuse me. And so these are issues that this board and you, in the talks that you converse, you please advocate for those things. We have the monies at this time. We have the resources at this time. And like you said, all we have to do is converse, talk, articulate our issues, and our wishes could happen. Mr. Franklin, I met your dad, not with a shake, but I saw him in action when I came here in 1973. And I saw him in action at the Capitol. I gotta tell you this. And I'm wondering, that's what the thought I had, naming your grandfather, Mr. Bill Franklin, what do you call it? One of the schools
Press.
after him.
We're on this elementary school, naming this elementary school, please, sir.
Excuse me, I'm talking. And I like to propose at this time, and we could do this in the sake of Mr. Bill Franklin, one of the biggest leaders of your Miwok tribe or Res. He was very influential in your community. I saw that in action with Pat Brown and Jerry Brown. And he was there as a son. We're running around with him at that time. And we could make a motion right here. And I'll make a motion right now that the next high school be named Bill Franklin. We cannot get a junior college. We should have a high school in his honor. That's what it takes. So I like to make a motion that the next high school recommendation will be Bill Franklin, a Miwok Native American leader of this community.
We have a naming committee and a naming process, and I am sure you
No,
can
I'd like
submit
to
that.
make a motion. And if I
It's
could have
not
a
on the,
second,
it's not on the agenda, sir. We're talking
If
about the
not-
naming of this school.
Okay, if not, we should take it to the committee to make that recommendation.
Other
If you
items
don't
from the
have-
floor.
Yes,
if you
later,
don't have
Mr. Perez.
that Support at this time.
Stop shouting, Tony.
Well, I'm very, I get excited. It goes back to the 60s, fighting for those things. And it's hard to work up here and bring about change because for 40, 50 years, we do not have ethnic studies like it should be in
Mr.
high
Press,
schools. So
this
that's what I'm
name.
saying. So like anybody would like to
Please.
second my motion to either take
Other
it to
items
the-
from the floor would be the right place to bring that up, Mr. Perez. It's not now. We're on this action item of naming this school.
If we could give the recommendation at the later point of the agenda, the appropriate place,
Okay,
please.
that's
And
fine
then,
with me.
yes, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Yang.
Well, I really feel the excitement from my left side here.
That's a 60s movement coming out of me. It's the long hair.
So this topic is definitely a congratulation. It's a great feeling. It's enriching history. It's one of the kind that besides you four there, I think none of us know how it feels like to remain in one country and don't have the background of immigrants or refugees. I myself is a refugees and has a lot of different history as far as migrating, but sometimes it could be a special experience or not, depends how you look at it. I know your people has a very unique history and rich history that most of us never had. And I'm a person from a cultural and a race of people that never had a country. And I'm Hmong, so I never got to experience what you guys experience, through the ups and downs that you guys have been through. But when I watch movies, it really touches me. And today, it's so fulfilling to sit here and hear that Elk Grove Unified School District has enriched the history of your history by naming an elementary so that we all in this school district could kind of remind ourselves and build our kids from the foundation of our Native American. And I think that's a great achievement. And I am so happy for you and all of us that we finally got this name to name after a elementary. I am a new school board that was not a part of this process, but I just want to extend my thank you to all the parties that help to make this possible. So thank you and congratulations.
Ms. Jamerson.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here this evening. And you each said how humbled and honored you were to be here, but I think that really we're honored and humbled that you're here with us tonight. So I really want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for the collaboration that has taken place. One of the reasons that my family and I relocated to Elk Grove was because of the diversity of this city, and to be able to immerse our children in that, to be able to grow up learning about different cultures, to be able to love that, to be able to share in the pride of their own culture. And so I'm excited to be able to see that another way for that to happen, and to be able to have your community to close that gap, as you were saying, take another step to close that gap. And so thank you so much for being here. Thank you. I'm excited about the naming, and I look forward to maybe more schools to be named. Thank you.
To include a charter school.
Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for spending this time. I appreciate the time and the commitment you have given to us to help us honor you. And it is a sacrifice on your part, and we appreciate it. And I think the rest of my board has said anything else I would like to add. So I'm going to call for a vote. Mr. Fortuna.
Aye.
Mr. Yang.
Wholeheartedly aye.
Mr. Perez.
Oh.
Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Alier.
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Aye.
And myself, it is unanimous.
Thank you for your work.
I'd like to call for a 5-minute comfort break, and we'll be back.
Thank you.
Tony? Via Zoom?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments via Zoom for the consent agenda item.
Thank you. Dr. Martinez-Hilaire, do we have any blue cards for public comment?
We do not.
Okay, so I'd like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 20 on the consent agenda.
I'm pulling some items from the consent calendar.
What would you like to pull, Mr. Perez?
I yield to Mr. Fosina because he mentioned he was gonna pull some. I think there could be the same ones I have.
Mr. Forshina?
I was going to pull a number of the items under contracts. And today, the board received explanation on each of those. And as a result, I won't pull them, but what it does is to reinforce the need for the agenda item that we have already voted on, and that is to have a full discussion with respect to what we want to see under the section of contracts when they come to the board. I had asked several questions because it was unclear to me as to why we were going to be doing certain things.
Okay,
So right now, I will not pull any items.
thank you. So would you like to make the motion then, sir?
No, hope, then if he ain't gonna pull nothing, the ones I'm gonna pull are number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 13, 16, and 17, 18, and 17, 18.
Did you speak to anyone prior to tonight about that, Mr. Press? It's just a basic question, sir. Yes, no?
You like to get on with the meeting?
You just, just pulled 11 items from consent. And I am wondering if you had asked any of these prior to the meeting. I'll take your no answer. I'll take that as a no answer. I'd like to call for a motion to approve items 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 19, and 20 on the consent agenda.
So moved.
No. You got that wrong now. I said
Thank you. Miss
6, 7, 10,
No.
14, 15.
Changing that.
You've changed what you've done. Did you give me the numbers of what you would like to keep? Because you gave
And
me
I
the
would
number
say
1, 2, 3, 4. Please don't interrupt me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 13, 16, 17, and 18 is what you told me you'd like to pull.
pull 11, 12, 13, 16, 17, 18, and 20.
Those are different numbers, so I'm going to confirm 11, 12, 13, 16, 17, 18, and 19. Is that what you've asked to be pulled, Mr. Prez?
I asked to be pulled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 16, 17, 18, and 20. Those are the ones I like to pull.
Okay, Mr. Prez, you've now given me a third set of numbers and I'm running out of ways to mark it on my agenda. So let's run down them. Would you like to pull number 1, Mr. Prez?
I will repeat again. I like to pull items number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 16, 17, 18, and 20.
Okay, so I'd like for a motion to approve items number 6, 7, 10, 14, 15, and 19.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Forchina. May I have a second?
Second.
seconded by Dr. Martinez Alier. Calls for a roll call vote. Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Alier. Aye. Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna.
Aye.
Mr. Yang.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
And myself is aye. Mr. Perez, do you plan to go through every single one of these?
Number one, the minutes. I do not agree with the minutes.
Tony, can you speak to the mic so that you don't have to shout so loud?
I do not support the minutes of February 2nd, nor July 20th, 2021. I would like to have verbatim my comments in the minutes of both those meetings.
Yeah, we,
There were very important issues that I brought up that seems like you don't want to discuss or talk about, but these are items that our community are very concerned of. COVID Delta variant. And in the beginning, and the other issue that I talked about was the map redistricting. I brought up all kinds of items regarding that important issue, and those need to be put down on paper. And they're very important issues that I brought up and recommendations for this board, and that they should be reconsidered. I requested a civil rights consultant so I could speak to on behalf of my knowledge. But yet the answer, I didn't feel by this group in legal was answered. Do I have the right, or does this to consult, and can this board pay for a consultant to consult me on some issues of redistricting and a variety of other issues that I brought up?
right, so your question,
And the timeline, the issues that, and the process was very, I asked a lot of process questions of the redistricting. And I was told that, that they were gonna do this and that, and I wanted it on paper. And then I don't see why this board minutes cannot reflect issues that I talked to about on those occasions.
Mr. Perez,
What's
can I
happening,
can,
what I'm very upset with, if you look at our board items, we all give issues on a variety of issues, every board. But if you look at our minutes, they seems like we don't say anything about issues. So there's a reflection of what do you call it, of our input, or issues are never brought up to the general public, or they're not documented.
Mr. Perez?
This has been going on for a long time, and I'm tired of it, because there's people in the community wondering what do we do, but I want it on paper.
Mr. Perez, I can answer the question.
Hold on, I'm not finished.
The question's about the minutes. I can share where we are with the minutes, and then the
Not
board can make
finished.
decisions.
I'm not finished.
Okay,
So
we're at 2 minutes and 50
the main
seconds.
concern is that I want my comments documented in the minutes, because they're very important issues that, and they're legal issues. I asked that I do not want this board to get in a legal bind because we did not follow.
You're
protocol.
repeating yourself,
You've
Mr.
cleared,
Perez.
you said this clearly. We understand what you're asking for. So this is,
But they're not in the minutes.
if you can, I will explain what we're
Okay.
doing, and the board can change direction. So the minutes, the way the minutes are set currently is they capture the actions of the board. That's what the minutes capture. The recordings of the meetings are all posted, so everybody's comments can be seen, and they're held on to as long as we hold on to the minutes. So your exact words, as you said them, are captured in our recordings. So we don't do verbatim minutes. That isn't what we've done is we've set the minutes up so that people can understand what actions were taken and which board members voted in which manner on each of those items. And then for any detailed information with regards to individual member comments, we have the recordings for that. So that's the process that we've been working with and the direction I've had from the board to this point.
Well, that's the issue. How many people in the community know that? You know, are they going to go to the minutes or to the video?
They go to the video all the time.
Most of the time, no, I disagree with you. People go to the minutes and they read the minutes, and very seldom, and maybe we ought to do a survey
Mr. Perez?
about how many people log on to see our videos.
Okay, you can, if you log on to see our videos, it shows you how many views they have right there. If you log on to see our videos, it shows you right on there how many views, how many people have viewed them. Okay,
So how
so we
many
have heard
people-
we heard your comment. We've heard your thing. I'd like to call for a motion to approve
So-
item number 1.
So I haven't finished my discussion.
So moved.
I have,
I'd like to get
there's
a
another
second.
issue,
Second.
Mr. Perez, you made your statement.
but I haven't finished. I was
Mr. Perez, we are
interrupted.
5 minutes and 16 seconds into one item of 12 things you pulled off a consent agenda and spoke to no one with
So
previously.
you're gonna give me 5 minutes per item?
No.
I would prefer not to, no, sir, but
So you're gonna
I did
limit
let you
me-
speak. Yes. And now I have a
Is that in
first
our
and a second.
board bylaws? That you're
I
gonna
have-
only allow me 5 minutes to speak on this consent calendar?
We have asked for members to not speak for more than 5 minutes on things. Yes, it is in there.
For 5-minute limit.
No,
Can we focus on the budget and
So-
student
so
achievement
anyway-
instead of the consent calendar?
The other issue, the reason why
I
I'm
have a
saying this,
first and a
I have seen other school board districts minutes and read their minutes, and there are almost precise word for word. So if you look at other school district board minutes, you would understand where I'm coming from. So number 2,
no,
personnel
no,
action.
no,
What?
Mr. Perez. We have a motion and a second on number 1.
Okay.
Roll call vote. Would you like to pass number 1? Approval of minutes. Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Alier.
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna.
Aye.
Mr. Yang.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
And myself. It is unanimous. Number 2, personnel actions. Mr. Perez, you wanted to pull personnel actions.
Yes. I requested many moons ago that our personnel actions report reflect the ethnicity of our hires. And because of the fact, and in one of our reports, this community is a minority community, but yet this board does not understand the importance of diversity recruitment. And so in order to do that, we need data sets from the personnel records to reflect how many people do we hire in different variety of ethnic backgrounds. And that's the issue. So I want to bring this up on number 2 for your attention, that we should do something about it.
I believe,
We do track that information and we have brought it to the board before. We don't put it on we don't list someone's
Well,
ethnicity after their name on a public report. But we have brought back to the board information with regards to,
Okay.
that's part of a regular
So-
board item that we bring to you.
So, okay, so maybe that's something that make me happy. Maybe we ought to do a quarterly reports of how many people of color that we hire through this school district. As you're aware, we are one of the biggest employers within the Elk Grove city limits. And so we should have, our employees should reflect that. But yet there's no means or show me a report that we are doing each month or quarterly or biannually, hiring people within colors. And
And we
this
track
school district.
that as we hire them and we bring it
Okay.
to the board annually.
So I'm that's one of the concerns, and I want to articulate that.
thank you. I'd like to
Okay.
have a motion to pass consent agenda item number 2.
So move.
Moved by Ms. Jamerson, seconded, oh, did you?
Crystal moved it.
Moved by Dr. Martina Soler, seconded by Ms. Jamerson. A roll call vote. Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Dr. Martina Soler.
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna. Mr. Yang.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
And myself, it is unanimous. Mr. Perez. there
Number
is-
three.
Mr. Perez, there is some oddity to the fact that you are pulling items to then speak to them, to then vote in favor of them. If you have questions, staff or someone else is happy to get back to you. And then we wouldn't be doing this in the time when we have many things
Well,
on the
maybe I should
agenda.
vote no then. But I have my civic duty to express my feelings and my concerns on these issues, consent items, and I
Number
want to
three,
bring
sir.
it to this board.
Number three.
Number three, what is it? Number three. Revised title and job description, lead print shop equipment operator. I know for a fact that this shop is non-union. And I'd like to know why it is non-union. And the fact that when I requested my business cards, they would not print my business cards with a union bug. So that's an issue I have within this shop. And again, you are submitting requests to an upper mobility individual, but yet I do not have the organization chart who he or she is going to lead.
And so we did provide this as a
Okay.
board communication, and which is
Okay,
the
I
new
did see
process
that.
that we're going to do, so that if there were questions, the board could ask us questions.
Yes.
So we made that modification at the request of the board. So that's why we set it up this way. So the new job description is in line with what the duties are now. And to say we're a non-union shop doesn't make any sense because we have union members that work in our shops. I'm not sure what that means.
So can you print my business cards with a union bug?
What, I
today?
don't even know what a union bug is.
Okay. Here's
We
an
want to
issue.
talk about your business cards. If you give me a call, we can sit down and talk that
This is
through.
an issue.
It's not.
It is an
At
issue.
8:45,
Well, you know what? How many people support unions here on this board?
Our entire
Every one of us should
district
support
does.
those unions. And they should have a union bug on our paperwork.
Madam Chair,
You don't want to
I'd
talk
like
about?
to move items 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 16, 18, 17, and 20 on the consent calendar.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Martina Soler. So roll call vote. Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Dr. Martina Soler?
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna?
I don't think you could do this. That's the
Mr.
legal
Fortuna?
opinion.
Yeah, I'm struggling with it because we have one member of the board who's asked to pull items for discussion.
But he doesn't have
May or
substantive
may not be, yeah, that's what I was just gonna say, which so far do not appear to be relevant. But at the same point in time, I'm having difficulty with another board member making a motion to take away the right of another board member to ask their questions. So I think I'm gonna have to say no.
Okay, Mr. Yang?
Give your legal opinion.
Well, I'm going to give Mr. Yang some time to think, if that's okay with him.
Yeah, that's fine.
I can assure you, Mr. Fortuna, I would not have made such a motion if anybody was raising relevant points about the items. As evidenced when, some of our other colleagues have pulled a lot of items off of consent. Yeah.
Mr. Yang?
The points are taken as far as Mr. Cena and the motion by Nancy. I think our meetings are being watched by the public, and everybody's time is very important. So we have to be very mindful of what item we pull out and discuss about. Maybe in the future, it could be asked or talk about with staff or even board member prior to the board meeting. It could save some time for the public. This one, I'm a vote abstain.
I'm sorry, you can't abstain, sir. I need a yes, no.
Well, he can abstain, but his vote will get counted with a majority.
I believe we have to vote. You can abstain only if you have
A conflict of interest.
conflict of interest.
Abstentions are for conflict of interest, but if a board member chooses to stay with abstention, then their vote by virtue of our own policies get counted with the majority.
That's not how I understand the rule, but I believe it will
It's in
work
our
out.
handbook.
So it's both. You can only abstain if you have a conflict of interest.
That's what the handbook says.
Right.
So I'm sorry. My recall of the handbook is you may not abstain unless you have a conflict of interest. You recall differently, Mr. Fortino?
No, I do not recall differently. What I said was that the handbook says you can abstain for conflict of interest. But if a board member takes a position that they are going to only vote abstention, their vote will be counted yes or no with the majority,
Right,
so that they are recorded as a yes or a no.
Right, but they can't abstain. They can't abstain unless they have a conflict of interest. But when someone does have the conflict of interest and they abstain, that vote will go with the majority. So it won't show.
Okay.
Well, what is the definition of conflicts of interest? I know what it means, but in this particular instant, what?
Do you have, if there was your daughter was on the, had a contract on the consent agenda, it would be a conflict of interest for you to vote in favor of her contract. So it'd have to be something that you have.
Well, I mean, in that argument, I think my daughter and sons, they're students of Elk Grove Unified School District. I think.
That's not a.
No.
Well,
Not an abstention. So even if a board member had a.
okay,
a
so
spouse that
so you telling me that I cannot vote abstain? Is that what you're telling me?
Unless
Yes.
you have a conflict of interest, which it does not appear that you have.
Which would be like a fiscal conflict. If my father-in-law was selling a real estate to this.
Well, then I would like to say this. I would like to say that I agree with Mr. Fashina as far as we making a motion taking away from a board member's right of expression. However, I think that some of the item, and Mr. Perez has not gone through all of them, but it seemed that it's excessive because we got 20 items and he has taken what, majority of them? So to me,
13.
I would recommend for any board member in the future, be very mindful of time in the future. So can we vote, can we make a motion to limit his time per each item?
We're right now, we're taking this vote whether we're going to pass. We have Ms. Charis Espinoza's motion on the floor, and I need a yes, no vote on that. And then you could make another motion if it does not pass, if you would like to at that point.
So if we vote yes and it passed, then
We're done.
we're done. He has no say in it.
Yes.
Correct. See,
Okay.
if I can add also, this is a classic example, absolutely classic example of what's wrong with our handbook. This Board of Education, for the 8 years that I've been on it, has refused to put any teeth in the document. The fact that board members are requested to speak with staff prior to the board meeting to get their answers, questions, and so that staff can be prepared means absolutely nothing if board members choose not to do that, and in the absence of any teeth in the document.
I believe we are making a statement right now that we feel it's an
Yes, I
important
am,
rule
because I'm
to
really
follow.
frustrated.
Yes.
We shouldn't be here doing this, but we are because of our unwillingness to put any teeth in a document.
But this is the teeth, right? We govern each other. We check each other.
Well, here's the other issue I'd like to explain. That a lot of these consent items, I feel, should be in the regular board agenda and other action items to discuss. But what I see going on at these board meetings, they're putting a lot of these items in the consent calendar without any discussions between us, and they railroad these things through us. And sometimes I wonder, why don't we have a good discussion on these items? Like, for instance, I'm bringing up to your attention that the union bug is not on our paperwork. You know, it never has in this history. And you talk that you support unions, and they say that I do not support unions. That is nonsense. I've been a union man all my life.
Mr. Press.
Talk to your mic,
Press?
please.
Yes.
Thank you.
So with that said,
Vote, please, sir.
yeah, so with that said,
Just
Voting,
one
Mr.
example.
Press. Mr. Press, we're voting right now.
with that said, I don't want to take the liberty of a board member's right to speak, but I think in this situation, it's not appropriate to address almost every item of it. So I'm gonna go ahead and vote. So yes, meaning,
Yes, thank you. Mr.
okay,
Press.
yes, I'll go with
Yes
yes.
or no?
Mr. Perez?
Your vote, yes or no, sir? No, thank you. And I am a yes. We've passed all consent agenda items.
I would like
Next
a
day.
legal opinion that this board could do that to a board member.
We
Is
will,
that possible?
we will follow up with legal, yes.
Okay.
We are on our 45-day revised budget. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments via Zoom related to this item?
Madam Board President Albiani, no, there are no public comments on Zoom related to this item.
And we are through with blue cards for the night?
Pull it up.
Okay. Ms. Shannon Hayes.
Good evening, President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I actually get to bring some complicated and complex one-time and ongoing monies, but they are good news for us as a district. So tonight, we're going to look at the 21-22 enacted state budget. We'll look at Proposition 98 and the education funding. What the effects are to our multi-year projections for the unrestricted general fund. We'll look at new one-time and ongoing programs and other operational considerations. Some of the themes that were enacted in the 21-22 enacted state budget. It's changed tremendously. So a year or so ago, we were looking at a 10% cut. We ended up with deferrals only, which was actually okay for our district. And now we're looking at a mega COLA. So the turnaround has been huge, and we don't have the fear of lost monies due to COVID. The politics behind the budget, there was a bunch of back and forth regarding Proposition 98 and how much revenue was going to be included in the budget. They finally came to an agreement. There were other things that had to go through its process. One of them was a decision on how much to disperse and expand for learning opportunities, whether or not they were going to pay down all of the deferrals or keep some. And excuse me, sorry. And then the unemployment insurance and pensions were also up for discussion. We had seen in the past, this governor had given us some. Do I need to stop? I'm sorry.
Mr. Perez?
What? Okay, I think this is the item that we did not get in the Friday package, right? We
That's
didn't-
correct.
Right, and we were told that we were going to get this presented to us today. But yet, I don't have a copy. Mr. Yang, I don't think has a copy. Who else may not have a copy up there?
Looking at it.
The presentation. Yeah, but it wasn't ready Friday. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, but.
72 hours in advance, we got it.
But it's not on our agenda item. We can't download it over here.
On Agenda Online, it has
Yes.
been available for 72 hours on Agenda Online.
You popped it up? On mine, I don't have it on there. Do I have to log out?
No, hold on.
Maybe you have to click the other highlight or link.
Yeah. Right there. You see that 45 days? Right below it. Like, no, you went past that. So,
See, look at them, see right here.
okay, so 45 days.
Yeah, see?
Oh, are you on the consent agenda?
Yeah.
Wait,
Budget,
hold on.
it said budget updates.
Go to the online, go to online.
I did.
I have it right
Yeah.
there. Mine
Yours
has it.
didn't have it early. How did you get it?
You gotta go to online, the current online one. Go to Alpha. It's not there, Chris. Maybe go to. the
Yeah,
current one.
that was an issue. But we were
I
told
think
that
you pull it from the
last
email.
Friday.
Go to the email. I'm sorry, go to the website.
Do you have agenda line?
Wait, I'm in agenda. Wait, don't mess with it.
No.
Forget it.
You're not-
Forget it.
You don't.
Can you print it out?
You don't have the
Yeah,
latest
I'm-
one. He's trying to pull
I
the
know.
latest one.
I know.
You're gonna get, just be patient.
But you're gonna.
Just be patient. Oh, yeah, here we go.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. That was above and beyond.
There you go.
Thank you.
But you still need the latest one so that you have.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and keep moving with the presentation. Mr. Perez, you now have it in print in front of you. Mr. Hoffman can keep trying to find it for you on your computer.
Okay, I got the. You have to go over here. Attach it, hit that one.
Yes, please move ahead. Okay. There were some risks to the budget for the state. One of them was the overheated economy, largely due to the runaway inflation, excuse me. There's also the impact that Wall Street will have due to the inflation. And I just cannot speak tonight.
You gotta hit this one here. Hit that one.
And then there's always the potential resurgence of COVID-19. So those are the things that we've been talking about that are in play when it comes to the state budget itself. Fortunately, with COVID-19 last school year, we didn't see a reduction in the state revenue. We actually saw increases.
Hit attachments. Oops.
So looking at Proposition 98 and the education funding.
Yeah, thank you.
For the 21-22 school year, prior to going into that year, prior to going into the 2021 school year, they were looking at suspending COLAs. We had $13 billion in deferrals and sweeping of prior year budget appropriations for preschool, school facilities, and other programs. Now we see that the effects of COVID did not materialize. Proposition 98 minimum guarantee is increased by $14.4 billion over the 19-20 funding levels. $22.8 billion over the 2021 enacted budget funding level. We also saw the retiring of debts, addressing the educator shortage and crisis, and improving educational equity and quality. I apologize tonight. I'm going to get back in the groove here. We did see that there will be a trigger for the cap on reserves. As you recall, once the rainy day fund is at least 3% of the K-12 Prop 98 minimum guarantee, that will enact the cap on reserves, which is 10% of the combined assigned and unassigned general fund balances. Right now, Proposition 98 reserve balance will be 8.1% in 21-22, which means the cap will go into effect in the 22-23 school year. It's also important to note that as we go through the budget process, it's not a measurement at one point in time. Every time we adjust our budget, if our reserve fluctuates and goes beyond that 10%, then we have to address that. Looking at Prop 98, there were one-time and ongoing spending. You can see right there that 65% of K-12 resources were spent on one-time programs. The major ongoing investments are for the unrestricted formula apportionments, the local control funding formula, and a few programs that focus on improving educational equity. When we compare the governor's budget that was released in January compared to May and the enacted budget, we don't see much change. The one significant change for us was the mega COLA. The 1.7% is the basic cost of living adjustment. As I've talked about in previous presentations, the projection in our 2 out years are beyond that. So we get a little bit nervous when we get into the 3% area when our normal cost of living adjustment rate is usually around 1.7. The compounded COLA is just that 3.84% was catching us up for school year 2021 coming into 21-22. The state had enough money that they could have funded a COLA, but could not. So we're going to see that in first year. Then they added an extra 1% and they're calling it a mega COLA. That's important for school districts because right now with the LCFF, our base funding is in statute and it doesn't increase unless there is a COLA. And when that COLA is not enough, this is how they're getting more monies to education entities. They change the COLA amount. We didn't see any one-time discretionary funds like we used to see under Governor Brown. So we're kind of living year to year on a COLA, actually. And for our district right now, we need at least a 2.5% COLA in order to maintain basic operations. So with that information, I probably skipped a whole bunch. Nope. So in looking at that information, a lot of those factors will change how our multi-year projections look. One of those is the ADA cliff. So currently for 2021 school year, we use the 1920 ADA at P2. That was the basis that actually was cut off in February when COVID hit. That was the basis of our funded ADA in 2021. Because we were closed, almost all school districts were closed in the state during the 2021 school year. 21-22 is actually based on our 1920 ADA yet again. So depending on what happens during the 21-22 school year, the school year that we are in, it's very important that our children come to school. We only get compensated from the state if they're in the seat at school, not necessarily if they call in sick. So excused absences do not count.
Ms. Hayes, could you just explain what ADA is for the folks at home?
Sure. ADA is average daily attendance. With that ADA for 21-22, if it falls below where we were at in 1920, that's what's going to cause this cliff that's projected for a lot of school districts. I don't know where we're going to be, obviously. We normally grow from seabeds to seabeds about 200 students. So I'm hoping that our kiddos all come back. I will say, based on our staffing committees that we have each Friday, kindergarten is up. So that was really good news. So hopefully that trend continues.
Do they say why kindergarten's up?
The last couple of years, well, first of all, you can't project kindergartners, right? I mean, they come in when they come in. I know Kim, that was her struggle in facilities when she does the projections. Kinder is always very difficult to project, but we plan based on a projection.
Right.
We gave the staffing out to the schools, and even though the staffing levels that we gave to the schools, they're asking for more and more because we have more and more registered kids. Now, in the past couple of years, we haven't had a lot of change with our kinder projections, except now. So I don't know.
So what I asked is that I think the last presentation where we talked about that the kindergarten intake was going to be less. You predicted or you mentioned that it could be less And now we got good news that's growing,
So
right?
yes, we have good news. We're also watching first grade because we could have an influx of students coming in that didn't go to kindergarten that are just showing up for first grade. So we're watching that really closely. Right now with the elementary schools, we've only had 18 in session. So we'll see what happens when the rest of them come back online. Looking at CalSTRS employer contributions, they now mirror what CalPERS has been doing. They now have a board and they have an actuarial by which they change the employer contribution rates. You can see in here that our budget was adopted using the 21-22 employer rate, and our multi-year projections also include those rates you see there. Now, when we go into 22-23 and 23-24, the maximum in Ed Code says that they can increase it by 1%, or they can reduce it, not do anything or go less. So this is dependent on their actuarial and what their board sets going forward. So similarly with CalPERS, their board, same thing, they dictate the rate, they actually use actuarial. We were able to adopt our budget with the 21-22, 22.91%, and the 22-23 and 23-24 rates were budgeted for in our multi-year projection. One of the other pieces that affect our multi-year projections is the minimum wage. So minimum wage is scheduled to go up to $15 an hour, January of 2022. And there is a window by which the governor can decide not to enact that. We haven't seen that happen since this started a number of years ago, but this will be the last time it increases. It'll stop at $15. I'm sorry, I'm having problems with the clicker. Thank you. And the other factor for our budget, we did budget what the May revise suggested, which was 1.23% for unemployment insurance. This is the employer side that gets paid. The enacted budget for the state reduced that down to 0.5%. So when we adopted our budget in June, we had the 1.23 rolling forward in all 3 years of our multi-year projection in our adopted budget. We've now made that adjustment down by 1.7 million as part of the 45-day revision. So a significant change going from 1.23 down to 0.5%. Where we had been originally was 0.05%, and we had been at that rate, gosh, probably 10 years now. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Looking at the LCFF funding factors, the mega COLA was applied to the base, supplemental, and concentration. We see for the first time, they changed the concentration grant portion of the LCFF going from 50% to 65%. There are still strings that come with LCFF, even though there's local control.
That's good news.
The increase of 15% in that particular area is now restricted. You have to spend it on a very specific items related to students. So for us, I'm not going to speak because it's probably in my next thing. You gonna push a button? There's your work. Okay. So looking at the concentration grant, Elk Grove is expected to receive an additional $175,000. So a very, very small amount. This is because right now our concentration portion of our UPP is at 55.2%. And you only get access to concentration funds, which once you hit 55%. So in a normal funded year, when everything is normal, I guess if there is a normal, when we're all back in school and things are functioning what we used to think was normal, our percentage is usually 56%. So we're hoping that we get back up to that. Once we do, that number increases to like $5 million or something like that. So it is quite significant, even though it's a small percentage change. So as I stated, additional 15% is to be used to increase the number of credentialed and or classified staff who provide direct services to pupils. Again, 175,000 doesn't go very far. We have to increase, our increase is measured by comparing prior year staff So that tells us how we compute the comparison of staffing. And then the use of these funds in 21-22 must be detailed in a one-time LCAP supplement and part of the LCAP annual update. So last time I spoke to you guys, we went over part of ESSER. We have another plan that we're going to bringing to you to get your input. This is going to be another plan that the State Board of Education is supposed to have a template out by the end of November. And then we'll have to go through that process of another plan adoption in February. So lots of plans. Did it skip? No? Okay, okay. This is more discussion of the template that I just spoke to. So by November 30th, the State Board of Education is supposed to have the template out. Districts are required to present an update to the 21-22 LCAP annual update budget overview for parents at a regular scheduled board meeting on or before February 28. It needs to include the one-time supplements. That's the $175,000. And then any available mid-year outcome data related to metrics in the 21-22 LCAP, mid-year expenditure and implementation data on all actions in the 21-22 LCAP, and it must be submitted to our County Office of Education for approval. And the supplement then will be added to the 22-23 LCAP process. So the one-time supplement will require districts to describe how and when stakeholders were engaged on the use of funds, how and when stakeholders were, how additional concentration grant add-on funding was used to increase staff, how stakeholders were engaged on the issue of one-time federal funds to support the recovery from COVID-19 and the impacts on district distance learning, an update on the implementation of ESSER 3 expenditures. So that's the plan that we'll be bringing to you on the 18th for your feedback and input. And then describe how the 21-22 school year resources are consistent with the applicable plans and aligned with the 21-22 LCAP. So supplemental and concentration grant accountability. We've been hearing discussion on this topic over time. Our district has been in compliance with what now is going to be required. So the quantitative increases, we have to determine if all funds budgeted in the LCAP for actions identified as contributing toward the minimum proportionality percentage were spent. So we already do that as part of the parent engagement piece. We have to determine if funds were budgeted less than the estimated supplemental and concentration grant funds received. So the LCFF dictates, based on our demographics, how much supplemental and concentration funding we receive. It's roughly $64 million. We currently have in our 21-22 adopted budget, $73 million of actions and services that are identified to support our unduplicated counts. And then for quantitative increases, if it's less than the calculation, then we have to have a plan of what we're going to do. So meeting the minimum, yes, sure.
So though, if less than calculate the percentage points difference between total plan and total actual quality improvements, you're talking dollars right there, the dollar amounts?
It can be, it depends on what we put in there for actions and services. So there's a monetary increase, but there's also an increase in services, just an improvement in services. So our district, because we have identified actions and services that are above and beyond what the minimum is from our LCFF, we haven't had this problem where we've spent less than.
Yes, but I think I've seen someplace within our budget report that we did not spend our supplemental or concentration monies, and I wasn't sure if it went to the next fiscal year, which I think you said it does, but yet, you know, I think personally that we should be spending that supplemental concentration during that school fiscal year.
So let me see if I can explain, because for us as a district, and I brought this up to our county office because it's complicated. At a minimum, we're supposed to spend 64 million. We plan to spend 73 million. Maybe we only spent 70, but we were still above and beyond the minimum. So what you see in our budget is whatever that gap is, we rebudget that money then going forward. So you'll see it as a reserve line, and then it goes back into those programs and services that we had going on. So one of those is a good example is summer school, because summer school crossed our fiscal period. So we needed to have that extra money coming back in to the next fiscal year to finish out the process. And that's been a matter of course that we've been doing since we've had LCFF actually.
Yeah, but the question is, are we spending total supplemental concentration monies those academic years? And but now you're saying that we actually do, but a little bit more.
Yes, we budget more concentration dollars than we're required to do.
And well, I'm very concerned about that because that was one of the issues I had beginning of the LCFF, because school districts South California were using that for staff salary increases. So I was upset, and a lot of people were upset in California, school districts, board members, and say, hey, we got to do something about this. This program was intended for low-income students to deal with the achievement gap.
We agree with you.
Okay, so I'm glad it changed.
Well, it's always been that way with us. We've done it that way.
But yet prior to you getting here, we did use it for salary for teachers.
Okay.
And I fought against that, I tell you that. And that's why they're mad at me.
So then looking at the MPP. Look at the total actual quantitative and
That's a fact.
qualitative increases and improvements are less than what was planned for in the prior year LCAP, and together they are insufficient to meet the prior year MPP. If that is the case, then the district has to designate the difference as an unused portion of supplemental concentration, spend the funds on specific actions contributing toward meeting the MPP, and then report the planned uses of these funds in the upcoming year's LCAP. So this goes back to that carryover. So if we were a district that was supposed to spend 64 million and we spent 60 million, the expectation would be that that 4 million then goes through this process and that we budget for it in the LCAP in the next year. So new one-time and ongoing programs, we do see now universal transitional kindergarten. So with Governor Newsom, his big push has been preschool. Beginning in the 22-23 school year, they're going to expand the eligibility by 2 months until all 4-year-olds are offered a TK program. And that's going to be extended through August 1st of 2023. The class sizes need to go down to 12-1, then down to 10-1 in 23-24. And then the governor proposes that Prop 98 will be increased to cover the cost of TK expansion. And then if we go lower than those ratios, then there's supposed to be budget capacity if we go below. So this will be interesting because right now with our TK programs, they follow the same class sizes as our kinder program. So this will be interesting to say the least, because it then has the need to have more facilities to have class sizes that low. And looking at special education funding, this was another good news for us. The state budget increased the special education base rate from $625 per ADA to $715, which was almost a 15% increase. For us, that means an additional $3.9 million in revenue. So that revenue is essentially offsetting the contribution that we send to special education from the general fund. There's an additional funding for other districts that had above, I guess there's SELPAs out there that have more than 715. I think that's interesting, but they actually received the compounded COLA to their rate. So they're slowly catching everybody up, which was the intent. And then there is an increase of 123 million statewide. to allocate to SELPAs based on a per pupil count for low incidence disabilities. Then there is some funding coming forward for COVID-19 specific to special education. A total of $550 million one-time monies to address the learning loss for students with disabilities. There's two distinct pots. There's $100 million for dispute resolution, estimated at $125 per pupil. And then a $450 million for learning recovery services, which is estimated at $564 per pupil. Unfortunately, there's not enough information in the trailer bill language for us to do a computation to find out what this would mean for Elk Grove, but Elk Grove should be receiving this, as Elk Grove is a single district SELPA. Funding will be provided by the CDE to SELPAs no later than the end of August, which is just a couple of weeks. SELPAs are responsible for developing plans by October 1 of 2021 of how to spend the funds. So yet another plan we have coming real quick. And the funds may be encumbered until June of 2023. However, if we don't spend any of those, if we're not fully expensed, then we do have to send the monies back to CDE. So there is a reporting requirement this time with this one-time money. Then looking at special education COVID funding, the $450 million is provided for learning recovery supports to students. Is specific to ensure that learning and recovery supports with the funds are related to COVID school disruptions. Matching funds received under this section on a one-time basis by other funds spent for these purposes, and not use funds under this section for matching expenditures. So there's a matching component to this one, is the way I understand it. So it'll be interesting to see what happens going forward. Again, there's not enough information out there to do any real kind of calculations. And when I went back and read this, I didn't see anything in there, even when it spoke to the match part. So special education expenditures just in of itself, there's a maintenance of effort component. There's a lot of different components that go with it to ensure that monies are going to our students with disabilities. So this whole section will be interesting going forward to see how it plays out. We see educator investments again with an educator effectiveness block grant. This is new. Our district has participated in other CTC sponsored grants. This one has training in the content areas of coaching and induction, standard aligned instruction and literacy, student well-being, suicide prevention, trauma-informed practices and mental health, and re-engaging pupils and accelerated learning. So conditions of receiving funds require districts to develop and adapt a plan outlining plans to expend the funding. So yet again, another plan. This plan must be reviewed and adopted by the board by December 30. So we have lots of plans we'll be bringing your way. December 30th? Yes. So we have one coming to you in October. Well, we have one coming to you in September, one coming to you in October, another one coming to you in February, and then this one in December. If we decide to participate in, well, I'm not quite sure what the special ed one looks like, but yeah, the special ed one will be one in due soon as well. Looking at the teacher residency grant program, this is one that the district has participated in the past. Funding is targeted for designated shortage in different fields: special education, bilingual education, science, and transitional kindergarten. And funding supports mentor teacher stipends, teacher participation costs, and participating teacher stipends. This grant in the past has been a one-to-one match, which means whatever money we get, we have to put up $1 of our own funds. So it'll be interesting to see if that continues with this portion going forward. So Sacramento County, we partner with them on the administrator side for admin credential. We have in-house through our HR department, the teacher residency grant program, which was roughly $1 million, I think, over a 4-year period, where I think there's 23 participants going through the program this year. 60 over 3 years. There's a county office of ed program where people that want to get their admin credentials, so teachers wanting to go down that path. We have a partnership with SCOE. So interns are different. So there's a very big possibility that, yeah, we have all kinds of different things that don't impact the money side. I only see it if it impacts the money side. So we have, yes, and we've had that for years. Oh, no, I don't know that. I know that right now we send administrators through the admin program through a county office. We have through the CTC this program where we've targeted, I think, for special education area teachers, where we have classified staff going through that program where we're trying to recruit. And that's been something that Human Resources has been involved in for at least 3-4 years.
It's a partnership with UOP. Yeah. And special education after the program, they are credentialed mild, mod, and multiple subject. I think through this, we can expand our resident. We have the model set up. We could potentially expand it to meet our needs and go beyond, extend it or expand it beyond 60 people in 3 years. Yeah, it's successful. I mean, it's really helped. Right, and we did this specifically to target our shortages in special education, and it's one of the primary reasons why we're starting this school year with no vacancies. The only vacancies we have are due to leaves of absence, and we have long-term substitutes in there to cover that. Yeah.
So then we have the National Board Certification Program. The state has offered this program for a number of years. But beginning July 1 of 21, teachers who agree to teach at high poverty schools can apply and be eligible up to $25,000 in an award. Looking at other educator investments, we see $10 million in one-time Prop 98 funding for professional learning opportunities for literacy, intervention, and pupil executive functioning skills. We see LGBTQ online training, so $2.4 million to develop training tailored to cultural competency and supports. And then in the academic behavior and social emotional learning practices, we see $2 million for the 21-22 school year, excuse me, awarded as grants to community-based organizations supporting districts. And we see child nutrition. This one's interesting for us because as we go forward into 22-23 and the ability to provide 2 meals to any student that asks for free could potentially have a negative impact to our local control funding formula. So this one is important for us. The $150 million one time for kitchen infrastructure upgrades. I don't believe we qualify for that because you have to have at least 50% students eligible for free and reduced lunch.
When we're gonna get that big old refrigerator indoors versus outdoors.
All right, let's talk about the budget, please, sir.
I haven't seen that one, Mr. Perez. I haven't seen that fridge yet. All right. And then we see that the reimbursement for those meals that are being offered will be backfilled from the state after the federal reimbursement is submitted. So in the food nutrition area, Michelle Drake and her team will still have to continue to count meals and submit meals. We did see the A to G completion improvement grant program this is new, provides one-time Prop 98 funds, 547.5 million available statewide for the A to G completion improvement to help districts increase the number of high school students who graduate with A to G eligibility. For the first round, 300 million will go to districts that had less than 67% completion rate. Then there will be 100 million to districts that had a rate of 67% or higher. And then 147.5 for students who received a D or F or fail an A to G approved course. And then there's an annual requirement through the state superintendent of public instruction that must post a list of each district and each high school's A to G completion rate. So tattletale report. So for the actual grant itself, to access the grant, funds must be used towards activities that directly support pupil access and successful completion. Recommends that funds be used towards pupils in dangers of not receiving a grade C or better. Funds must be used to allow pupils who receive a DF or a fail in the A to G approved course in the 2021 school year, so last school year, retake those A to G courses. And then our sufficient funds are still available, districts may use the grant funds to cover credit recovery opportunities. So they're letting us have some discretion. Then due on or before January of 22, grant recipient must develop another plan describing how the funds received will increase or improve services to unduplicated students. So then looking at summer and after school programs, 215 million in federal one-time funds are used to support after school programs. And this is where stuff gets really tricky. So ACES is actually funded through, I think it's Prop 30 or Prop 29. So 94.9 million to increase the ACES program itself. So it's currently funded, I want to say it's $8 and some odd cents per student. They're going to bump it up to 10.18. The reason that this becomes tricky is you're combining federal money with state. And it becomes a compliance issue for us. So it'll be interesting to see how they blend the two. Then 118.1 million to expand access to summer learning programs in fiscal year 21-22 and 22-23. And then another 2 million for ACES programs operated in rural school districts, which we don't apply to that. It's my understanding, I'm not going to say that for this one because this is ACES. This one. So expanded learning opportunities program. So you heard that term used when we did the plan for the AB 86. This is similar to that. And so you keep hearing the same things about before and after school and expansion. And I don't know how you spend that much money to this, but it's got all the same flavor. So before and after school opportunities, instructional time, no less than 9 hours on a school day. So that's a long school day for our kiddos. 30 days, at least 30 days. So you have to run that for 30 non-instructional days in order to access that. So that's summertime for most of our programs. Could be intersession for some of our year-round programs. And
Boy, it's best to be an air-conditioned room for some of these kids.
Sure, I would agree.
And a good learning environment.
It must conform to ACES program requirements, and there's a requirement of 20-to-1 student to adult ratio. In 21-22, we must offer to at least all unduplicated students in grades K through 6 and provide at least 50% of unduplicated students in grades K through 6. And then in 22-23, we must offer to all students in grades K through 6 and provide to all who request. This particular program itself, the funding priority is for those districts that are, I think they have to have a, I think it's a UPP of 80%. So we don't qualify for this in the first year, but we think we qualify in the next year. So we'll be watching this one. Then we have our childcare and preschool. Our district does run a state preschool program, which this is in reference to. The state has been changing over the support structure. Now there is two components. Prop 98 has been funding the state preschool side, and that's the side that we're currently using. So there's not a lot of change here for us. However, the reimbursement rates have increased. So a total of 840 million in federal funds. You can see the increases are the amounts there by year. And then January 1 of 22, there's 367 million in federal funds to pay for the new subsidized preschool rates. So this one, our state preschool program has always been dual funded between federal and state. So this isn't new for us, but we are excited about the increase in the rate. Our state preschool funding source itself doesn't keep up with the change in personnel costs on an annual basis.
So how much, what's the annual rate that's been going up? Then they don't, the COLAs,
Yes.
they don't keep up with the COLAs?
Mm-mm.
That's what you're saying?
Mhm. So we run our program with certificated teachers. A lot of other entities do not. So our program is more expensive just on the natural. And then it's actually tri-funded. So you have, for our gen ed preschool students, you got the state preschool, you have Title I preschool, and we have Head Start. And so between those three funding sources, they all have different requirements. So Head Start, their big push right now is full day preschool. We just have to look at how we're delivering services and to figure out what's the best way to serve the kids that are needed. I know that our preschool programs, just in general, we have waiting lists. But there's a lot of competing interest now. So why would I send my student to this preschool when I can send my 4-year-old, same age, to TK program?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of different competing interests here. I think that the big thing is parents have a choice. So you have multiple different avenues in which you can access resources. And then you see here, we have part day and full day. Right now, our state preschool program, I believe, is running part day. Might have one or two pilot programs running full day with our Head Start as a partner program. Then looking at, so this is the summary of what changed in our budget due to the enactment of the state adopted budget. So for 21-22 and looking at the unrestricted general fund, we had a surplus of $9.68 million. We have two revenue changes. We have the extra 15% to the concentration portion of LCFF, which is 175,000. We had an increase of 3.91 million directly related to special education base rate increase from $625 per ADA to $715 per ADA. So in new ongoing revenue sources, we have an additional 4.08 million. And then we do have the decrease to the unemployment insurance rate going from 1.23% down to 0.5%, which was a reduction in expenditures of 1.74 million. When we add all of those together, we have an increase in our surplus of 15.5 million total. So from 9.68 to 15.5. And those changes from this slide right here were detailed in the budget revision on the consent agenda. So you can see the details of those if you need to.
That's exactly what I wanted to talk about in the consent agenda regarding that issue, decrease unemployment insurance. Very good right there. I'm glad that happened.
Yeah, that's very good.
Gee. Congratulations.
So other operational considerations, these are things that we're currently working on. We just want to make sure that the board knows that they're coming forward. The safe return to in-person instruction and continuity of services plan, that was a requirement of the district if you were to accept the ESSER 3 assurances, which we did. So we had actually submitted our assurances. We have updated our safe return to in-person instruction in compliance with that 30 days by which we had to post. We have to review and update that plan every 6 months, all the way through September 30th of 2023. And it should address any CDC recommendations, and we must seek public input in the development and the review of the plan. For expenditure plan, that's the plan we'll be discussing at the August 18th board workshop with you, and we'll give you an update of where we think we're at going forward, and then get your input and review of that. And then we plan on bringing it back to the board for adoption September 30th of 2021, although you see there it says October. So we were already scheduled to, we had put a timeline together to adopt this plan by the end of September and not push it out into October, primarily because there's all these other plans that have to come to you all at the same time. So we're still on target to bring you a completed plan by the end of September. And then we have to submit our plan to our County Office of Education for review and approval. Then looking at AB 86, so the board has already taken action on the ELO portion of AB 86. Because of how things were adopted in the state budget, there were changes that were made in the use of funds at the state level, which then in turn changed the expiration dates on the funds that the district received. And it also changed the funding mechanism for which we received the funds. So not to complicate matters because it's stuff that we juggle over in my shop, but we keep track of what expires for second, third, and we apply expenditures in that manner that apply. The other piece is the in-person instruction grant portion of AB 86. That one is just as it was told, there was no plan that needed to be adopted. It was literally whatever it costs to run in-person instruction. We were given funding for that. So next steps, we're actually trying to close our books as we speak. Unaudited actuals we'll be bringing to you for the 2021 school year in September. I will be back in December to present the 21-22 first interim budget. Then in January, we expect to receive the 22-23 governor's proposal. Then in March, we will be bringing back the 21-22 second interim. And then in May of 22, we will see the governor's May revision for the upcoming school year. And I think that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Are you feeling okay? Would you like to take a seat to take questions? Are there any public comments related to this? Would you please let me run this meeting, sir? I haven't moved to the next thing. You've consistently interrupted all night. We will get there, Mr. Perez, of course.
Madam Board President Albiani, there were no public comments related to the budget.
Great. So do we have any question or comments? Dr. Martinez-Alier?
I thank you for your work, Mrs. Hayes and the department. I think one general question I had, I know there's many plans that will be coming up, my understanding, and we have different deadlines and timelines to input that. So I just have one question because I know it was mentioned about the concentration. Our rate is at 55.2% of students. And we're hoping that will increase when school started back. What is it normally at? I didn't catch that.
So in years past, we've been upwards of 56.
50,
Yeah, and so because of the impacts of COVID-19, a decline in enrollment, and really no motivation for families to fill out our free and reduced lunch form, we saw a
Right.
decline. Ms. Drake and I have a plan in place for the coming year. We do have an alternative form, and because meals are going to be free for all students, the free and reduced lunch form doesn't even apply. And it feels a little more cumbersome than the form that we'll be making available to our families. We're not going to tie it to meals at all, and we're going to tie it just to school funding. And so we'll be working closely with Ms. Pinkerton and obviously Mr. Murray and Dr. Graywall so that we can get this out to all of our principals and really encourage our families to complete it. You can do it online. It takes seconds to do, but we really need to do everything that we can to keep that concentration level above 55%.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
We
And then-
want it to be accurate is the main piece, and we know currently it's not accurate.
Right.
Yeah, that's very critical. And then also looking forward, how when we're talking about nutrition on the future slides, I know the last few we're aiming at out years and how that might impact the being able to budget from general fund dollars. So I think we're at a pivotal point as well as we continue to move forward to ensure when we're getting one-time fundings and things of that nature, just being conscious when we're using the funds for outward years. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate all the work that's gone into the information provided, very thorough. even talking about pre-K and TK, all of that information. I know there's so many different cycles and timelines of what plans that we have to get in, and it can be cumbersome. So thank you for all the details that you put into it and always revisiting our questions and information.
Thank you, Ms. Charis Espinoza.
No questions. I actually spend a lot of time with this state level information thanks to my day job, but I just did want to appreciate and thank Ms. Hayes for this excellent presentation of it. It was a great deal of information. And everything about it, your visuals were, I think, makes it really helpful to get everyone on the same page. So thank you.
Mr. Fortuna.
Yeah, I just have one question, Shannon. Every year, I suppose we are blessed with audits that don't have exceptions. And I know what it takes to do that. In terms of what you presented tonight.
You want to get closer to your mic, sir?
Oh, I'm sorry. In terms of what you presented tonight, I hope people appreciate the complexity of the not just the report, but the ramifications of the report. How many people do you have in budget that work on this?
Very few.
Well,
We
yeah.
lost one this
How
morning,
many?
in fact, so.
Four of you, including you? 5 of you, okay. Because again, I mean, our audit document is so big, and it's easy to sit in the legislature and dream all this stuff up, but they don't have to do anything.
I can tell you, Mr. Fortuna, not to cut you off, I apologize. With all of the reason that presentation is so long, I've never seen a budget like this.
Oh, right.
And 65%, you saw the slide that Ms. Hayes presented, 65% of the K-12 revenues this year are going to these, I'll call them categorical, one-time in nature programs, and they all have huge strings attached. So,
yeah,
a lot of people are out celebrating the funding and the programs. Ms. Hayes and I immediately start stressing on the audit parameters.
yeah.
If anybody thinks that categoricals are gone,
Yeah, they're not.
they're back.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
they're back.
put them all back in, or put a lot of them in anyway. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yang.
No question, just want to say thank you to Ms. Hayes and the team for putting this presentation, all the hard work you guys have done and continue doing for our district. Thank you.
Mr. Perez, do you have any additional comments?
Yes, I echo what Dr. Martinez said, and also Carmen Forcina, because, this is a good problem. And if we could help you out, Ms. Hayes, I'm not sure where she went, that, yes, I think there's probably a workload in her shop that we need to pay attention to. So, think about that. And I think there must be administrative costs tied into this, right? All this. And the quality of the report was excellent. Every time she does a new report, the quality of the reports are getting better and better. The graphics are getting better and better. And I'm glad you continue to do the page numbers. Okay, but the only other issue is the fact that I didn't have access to this last Friday, which I understand we're just busy. We have a lot of issues dealing with all this monies, fundings for categorical programs like you stated. What I would like to see, there's the actual outcomes, how we have to identify the data sets and the numbers that we have by schools or board districts to see what these outcomes, that's the most important thing that we talked about it for 2034, right? No, 2024. That at the end of this funding cycle or this big old fiscal educational budget years, we need to show very good outcomes in order to continue this beyond 2024. And that's what I'm concerned, that if possible, or, it's probably been, you're doing that right now, but yet maybe in the next report or within a couple weeks or months, do you plan to do a report regarding the actual reports we have to do? And an actual, not a survey per se, we have a lot of surveys, but actual reports in which the positive outcomes of a variety of all these programs, they must be in there within the legislative reports, right? Yes or no?
Yeah, all of the programs with any of these categoricals, they want evidence-based
Right.
solutions, or I should say programs associated with them, all of which will require assessments throughout and upon their conclusion. So that's information that will absolutely be coming forward. As Ms. Hayes said, a lot of this is going to get cleaned up in budget trailer bills,
right?
Which is going to define the programs and how you have to use the money, what the audit parameters are going to be, and what the desired outcomes are going to be defined as. So there's still a lot of work even from the legislature. Some of these things have been cleaned up recently, but we anticipate a lot more moving forward.
Right. Another piece, Mr. President, might be helpful in this is, you notice that a lot of the things that are here are also included in our previous plans and are also going to be part of ESSER 2, 3. So they overlap so much that some of it's going to allow us to expand things that we're already doing instead of having to come up with another new set of things to do.
Right.
They'll be able to do things for another year and or do them at a greater scope than we're currently able to do it. So we can't just keep creating things to do.
Right.
We know what to do, but some of this will be leveraged to be able to expand things we already know are working.
Right. I'm glad we have that problem, but yet my main concern as a board member and the legislative body is these outcomes, and that's and the accountability for the monies. And I know we could do the audit issue, but again, we need to support Ms. Hayes because, she's producing such great work, but yet, looks like, 4-person or 5-person staff looks like to me, especially these particular next 3 fiscal school years, that she's going to need help, and we need to make sure that she's good health and continue to do these good reports.
Yeah, it's
And that's
true.
one of my concerns,
It's true with Ms. Hayes, but I'll say it's true with everybody in our system.
Mhm.
This is that's people have been running
Right.
100 miles an hour,
right,
nonstop.
Yeah.
It's our school principals, it's our teachers, it's the cabinet team, it's the board.
Chris?
That is the reality of it.
Right. And I want to say also, and our legislators have been working.
To the
They're
report, please.
working and producing good legislation to fund our schools. And I congratulate them that they're doing an excellent job. But yet, and they need your feedback as board members to, what your concerns are. So continue participating in California School Board Association legislative staff meetings and on-sites.
Budget update.
And budget updates and all those. And come back and give us these good, positive reports. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have no comments. Thank you.
Oh,
I did.
yes.
I'm so sorry. I put a dot by you and before you spoke.
It's okay. I just, the only thing I'm adding is just my extra interest in the A through G completion improvement grant program and being able to see how that progresses. So that's my own extra interest, but thank you. I appreciate the report.
Thank you. It's not intentional. I have nothing to add. It's an excellent report. She does an excellent job. Are there any comments from bargaining units? Okay, thank you. We're going to skip ahead because we do have the lawyers on hold, and they're going to do the presentation for our public hearing for our proposed trustee area maps and adoption of the resolution approving transition to trustee areas. Prior to doing this, I would like We are at 9:50. I would like a motion to extend our meeting till 11 o'clock. You get a first?
If you only want one motion or till 11 o'clock, I will make a motion that we extend to 11. I think it's easier if we just do it till 12 o'clock because we're going to be there.
I hope not. So 11's a great place to start. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Martinez Soler. We'll go back through this list. Dr. Martinez Soler,
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza. Aye. Mr. Fortuna,
Aye.
Mr. Yang,
Aye.
Mr. Perez,
Are we going to 11 or what? 11. Okay, or 12?
11.
Yeah.
Ms. Jamerson,
Aye.
and myself. Thank you. Mr. Pierce.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos. We are here again tonight for our 5th hearing. We are asking the board to take action tonight. And with tonight's action item, the board will achieve 3 things. The board would first approve and recommend that the county committee approve the district's transition to a by-trustee area election and the adoption of the trustee area map set forth either as your existing trustee area maps, alternative 1 or alternative 2. The board will also consider and approve recommending that the county committee approve your election sequencing of each trustee area. That would be in 2022, trustee areas 2, 4, and 5. And then in 2024, it'll be trustee areas 1, 3, 6, and 7. And then with the board's action tonight, you will be designating the superintendent or designee to be directed to send a copy of the resolution to the county committee and work with the county committee and the county elections office to conduct all legally required hearings and other necessary acts to move forward with the by-trustee area elections. You know, Mr. Michael Smith, who's with us tonight from Lozano Smith, and also Shalice Tilton, our consultant from NBC. We have the districting process that's before you tonight. We did feel it was important to kind of go backwards in time and remind the board of their action on December 17th of 2019, where the board approved resolution number 32 to initiate the transition to a by-trustee area election system, commencing with the 2022 governing board election. At that time, the board did intend to wait for the release of the 2020 federal census data. And then on May 4th, in light of COVID-19 and the delays of the census data, the board determined it was in the best interest of the district to avoid any further delays associated with the census data delay and move forward with the transition to a by-trustee area election using the 2010 census data. And then the board adopted resolution number 67, a second resolution of intent to change your election system and hold its first pre-draft map hearing. On May 18th, you held your second pre-draft meeting, The board gave direction regarding the criteria for the development of communities of interest in the district. And you adopted resolution number 72, which authorized the superintendent to seek a waiver from the State Board of Education. June 8th, draft maps were posted. June 15th, you had your first hearing to review draft maps. July 20th was your second hearing to review draft maps. August 10th, we're here tonight for your final hearing and map adoption. To be determined, the county committee hearing and vote. We do tentatively have the date of September 9th scheduled and confirmed from the county. We're still working with them to solidify that date and the time for that county committee meeting. We have confirmation that the State Board of Education meeting on September 9th and 10th, your waiver will be considered. And then obviously early October, we expect the census population data to be released. And then you have by March 1st of 2022 to adopt your maps based on the 2020 census data. And with that, I've really touched on all of these things in the timeline, and you know what tonight's intent is. I do want to let the public know and remind the board, though, that all public hearings, maps, and information have been made publicly available through multiple communication vehicles, newspaper postings, agenda notifications, and a dedicated webpage web link on all of your trustee area happenings. And these 3 things I spoke to. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Tilton.
Thank you. Tonight is, as Rob said, our 5th public hearing. You've seen this information. This will be your 5th time seeing it, so I'm going to move very quickly through it. What you're seeing on your screen is a demographic summary of the school district that providing certain socioeconomic data district-wide. There's page 2 and 3 of those showing the existing trustee areas.
Can we ask questions during your presentation or after?
Please wait till after.
The purpose of tonight's item is to select a map that will accompany the resolution that effectuates the district changing from its current system to its by trustee area system. So when the election system is changed from a trustee area system to a by trustee area system, the school district must adopt a map to go along with that resolution. That map must be based on the 2010 census data. So we normally would probably just adopt the existing trustee area map because it is based on the 2010 census data. However, we did want to offer a couple of alternatives, and they were truly just in the spirit of seeing if we could get a map to kind of reflect where some of the growth has happened, and a map that would maybe get close to what we'll be adopting once the 2020 census data is released. We found that when we drew alternative number 1 and alternative number 2, that we cannot even get close to what that final map's going to look like once the 2020 census data is released. So I do want to point out that you're adopting this map so that it can be attached to the resolution that will change the system to a by trustee area voting system. This map that you're adopting tonight actually will not be used for any elections because you will have to adopt a new map once the 2020 census data is available. So we have what you're seeing on the screen are the 3 maps. Again, this is something that you've seen for the last 2 public hearings. This is the 3rd time you're seeing it. And then just showing each one broken out in its own individual slide. Here's how the existing trustee areas look based on the 2010 census data. It's obviously population balance because this is the same map that exists today. It was population balance when you adopted it based on 2010 census data, and nothing has changed. Alternative number 1, we just, as an experiment, tried to see if we reduce the size of districts 6 and 7, where we've seen the biggest growth, if we could get close to being what we think the 2020 estimates are going to be, but we found that we cannot even get close to what the new map is going to look like when we adopt it at the beginning of next year. So it really makes little sense to adopt this either alternative 1 or alternative 2 because it's not going to be used for anything, and it will drastically change when you have to adopt the 2020 maps, the maps based on 2020 census data. Here's a different way of trying to underpopulate 6 and 7, but again, it didn't even get us close to what we think we're going to need for when the new data comes out. What I'm showing on the screen now is just a snapshot of each of those 3 maps of the demographic numbers. And you can see that each one is population balanced. But what I want to point out is each of the maps, the existing districts and each of the alternatives in each of the 7 districts. Each of the 7 districts are majority minority when you're looking at the citizen voting age population. And so you will see that the non-Hispanic white percentages are the minority in each of the 7 districts. Here's a snapshot of the 3 maps, and this concludes my presentation. I need to, what we're looking for tonight is which map you would like to adopt to go with the resolution that changes the election system to a by trustee area system. And just as a reminder, this map will not be used in any upcoming elections. It's going to be changed after the first of the year when we have the new census data available. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing and call on Ms. Soriano to see if there's any public comment via Zoom related to this item.
Yes, Madam Board President Albany, there were 3 requests for Zoom public comment. Okay. The 3 are from, there's one from Scott Rafferty, one from Mr. Joel Boyd, and one from Miss Carolyn Martin. And we will start with Scott Rafferty, followed by Joel Boyd.
What was the last one? The last one, Scott, Joe Boyd or?
Correct.
There are 3 people who would like to make public
Rafferty.
comment. Scott Rafferty, Joel Boyd, and Caroline Martin.
This morning.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Rafferty. We can hear you. Thank you.
Can I start?
Yes, you have a
Yes,
minute.
this is just a shameful travesty in so many ways. In December of 2019, you deprived your minority voters of the opportunity to vote in a lawful election in what we all knew was going to be the biggest turnout election of our lifetimes. A majority of your constituents. And for why? You said it was to save money. But Mr. Trustee, you had 2 trustees who were unopposed. Even if they had opponents, they were trustees who had won, but 2-to-1 margins 4 years earlier. Was it really necessary to protect them at the expense of our democracy? You cost $150,000 more by having that election, which is far more than the cost of the transition. But what were the real costs? The real costs are statewide. My clients in Ontario mimicked what you did. I think for the first time, I'd never seen a resolution of intent that says, we're not doing it next year. We're going to wait. But that has become a fad, and it's fundamentally wrong. Now, based on the hearings that you have published through your midsummer rush through this, and the minutes and the recordings, I appear to be the first witness. That's a travesty. These are maps to nowhere. You're using them to subvert the statutory requirement that you get approval from the county committee. That's just wrong. You're really undercutting the California Voting Rights Act, and I can't understand why you are doing it, other than the fact that you're being advised by a demographer who is showing you numbers that have been, and methodologies that have been criticized in court. In fact, every court Dr. Johnson's ever appeared in. And you're being advised by Michael Smith, who told the governor in the middle of the pandemic that San Juan Unified couldn't do the transition that you're doing because the registrar wouldn't implement the maps. And yet Folsom Cordova did. This just brings shame on the district, and you need to stop it. You need to wait for the census data to come out and do an honorable job in the fall when people are coming back to school, and try to get some input on communities of interest. Because as of now, you have none. And you are really making a true travesty out of this process. And I ask you please to reconsider, and please to think about the values of our state. We should not be circumventing voting rights laws in California. Thank you very much.
Mr. Boyd?
Hello, good evening. Can the board hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you, Mr. Boyd.
Okay, thanks again. My comment is really dovetailing on my earlier comment and also on the gentleman that just spoke, is that, this is an important matter for the community to have more engagement. I know there has not been a lot of engagement by the community, but the just to be honest, that the meetings are dragging on too long. There's a lot of interruptions. And, I just wish that this topic could be maybe discussed at the beginning or towards the beginning of the meeting if there's not going to be any control put on the numerous interruptions that go on during this meeting. But I think this is an important matter. Two real quick questions, and I know that the board can engage with me on this, and maybe I can send in an email to get an answer. I know that population balance is important. And when I take a look at the redrawing of the maps, and I do know that the maps are going to look different after the census, but so I'm just looking at the process here, is that when you take a look at option number 1 and you take a look at area 6, that there is a small area that's carved out from South Elk Grove down the Grant Line that will go into area 5. Will those people who are voting for the trustee in area 5, will their kids go to the schools in area 6? And is that okay? And the same happens when you look at option number 2, as it relates to area 4. There's a small area that's carved out of area 6. Again, south of Elk Grove, near Valley High Country Club, that now becomes area 4. But will the kids still be going to school in area 6? So if we're looking to elect trustees, they're going to be representing the population of the students that go into school in those districts. I'm just questioning just the methodology of redistricting, or how you're redistricting, or does it really matter? So that's really my question. And I just, again, to dovetail on my comment earlier, just like to see a little bit more professionalism from all board members. These are serious matters. It's community do care. These are our kids, and you all are elected officials that we elect you to represent us. Again, thank you again for your time.
Thank you. And Ms. Martin? Ms. Martin, we're ready when you are. Do you see her there, Mr. Mate? We have unmuted you on this end. If you can unmute yourself there.
Could it be not having the updated software?
Ms. Barton, can you get closer to your computer? Okay, I'm sorry, we cannot. We're unmuted. We see you're unmuted. I don't.
Hello?
There you are.
I'm sorry, I had to switch to my phone. Apparently my microphone was not working. I have to apologize. I thought I had submitted a comment for item number 14.4, other things pertaining to independent study.
Oh, okay.
I must have mistyped that.
That's not a problem. We can come back to you at that point, okay?
Thank you.
Okay. So we're finished with our public comment. I'd like to close the public hearing and ask the board to select a preferred trustee area boundary map and staggering schedule. We need to choose a staggering schedule.
It's reflected on each of the maps. So it's actually just your current timing.
Discussion.
The next election for each of your trustee areas.
I hear you, Mr.
So
President.
the sequencing is on each of the maps.
Okay.
And it's the same for all three, excuse me.
Okay, I think Mr. Press has a comment, and then when we go to vote, we have Alt 1, Alt 2, and existing map. Mr. Press, you want to make a comment before we vote?
I have comments regarding the presentation. So I'm going to go through the presentation that was part of the agenda. There's a lot of issues I have, continue to have. Okay, page 2. Okay, the first paragraph, December 17, 2019. At that time, the board intended to wait until the release of 2020 census data. Intended. Remember that, intended. We were going to, I disagree with the language. We were going to wait to the 2020 federal census data. We were at the beginning of this exercise or this issue, we were going to wait for 2020 federal census data, which according to this report says that it was due for March 21st to develop new trustee areas. Okay, when the census arrived, at that time we had, but the COVID came, as it states here. May 4th, the district to further delay and move forward with the transition by trustee area elections using the 2010 census data. Okay, that's May 4th, 2021. And that is Exhibit B, I guess. We again move forward with transition by trustee area election using 2010 census data. The board adopted resolution 67, 2021, which I'm going to read to you later on. Okay. Page 3, we found out today that September 9th, and page 3, to be announced, to be what? TBD stands for what now?
To be determined.
Now you plan to meet September 9th, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I have a lot of questions regarding that meeting and the process. Okay, questions of September 9th. I need to bring that up. And then California official census data is expected to be released early October. Well, that is wrong. I'm going to say that to everybody. That is wrong. And I'm going to tell you the reason. Okay. March 1st, 2022, adopted map adjusted to 2020. Well, was that our plan, right?
That's your statutory deadline in order to adopt maps based on the 2020 census data.
So the March 1st, 2022, we have to have that data or those maps deadline to the county office of elections or the Sacramento County committee.
To the Office of Elections, I believe, Mike, Mr. Smith, if you want to weigh in on that.
Yes, that's correct. Once you redo the adopted map, the map you adopt tonight, you will use 2020 census data, and then you will readjust boundaries. The statutory deadline, as Mr. Pierce indicated, is March 1st. If the district doesn't get it done by March 1st, then there's an education code section that says the county committee will do that. However, when you do the updated map using 2020 data, once you've completed that process, it does not go to the county committee. It will go directly to the elections office to be implemented.
So when's the deadline for to complete this, to meet this date? There is no particular deadline to submit it to the Sacramento County Committee?
Well, right now, the proposal is to complete the map adoption tonight. And then we have been in discussions with the county committee about a possible date for the county committee hearing on the map and election sequencing using 2010 data. The proposed date is September 9th. The Sacramento County Office of Education is actually meeting tonight, and they'll be talking among themselves about how they want to organize that meeting, because that's a public hearing that they will lead. And they're going to confirm the date with the members of that board. So September 9th is a tentative date for the county committee hearing following board adoption of the map tonight.
Okay. Prior to March 1st, 2022, that maps would go to, like you mentioned, to the second register office. How many more months or and like, can we finalize our map in January or February and then give it to the county? Is that possible?
Yes. You would probably hold a tentative hearing, for example, in December. Maps would be published. You would be gathering community input. I suspect that the board will want to, ask for multiple maps and have input on them, and then probably have a second hearing. You could have as many hearings as you would like. So you could definitely do that in January or February, so long as you complete it prior to March 1st.
Okay. Page 4, tonight's meeting is intended for the board to adopt a trustee area map, determine election map and determine the election sequencing, and finalize the process to make the change to a by-district area election system. I don't understand determine election sequencing. What do you mean by that?
Well, boards, for a 7-person board, you have a staggered election sequencing so that not all board members are elected at the same time.
Okay,
So you'll have 3 trustees, for example, elected in 2022, and then 4 trustees elected in 2024.
Oh, that's right.
So that's all that's referencing. And so for in any one of the alternatives, the existing trustee area map or option 1 or option 2, your election sequencing would stay the same. 3 trustees in 2022 and 4 in 2024. With some districts, when you have areas that are vacant,
right,
then this may affect the sequencing and it may impact incumbents, and it can get actually rather complicated. But with your particular maps, it's straightforward, and it's the same election sequencing irrespective of which map you choose.
Okay. Page 5, the District State Board of Education waiver has been submitted and accepted by the staff and has in place September 9th, 10th. So if we decide to finish our maps in January or February, so we might have to change that date. Is that correct? Or
no,
do we need a waiver?
The waiver is, it's actually, your question is a good one, because the law has just changed. So for school districts that are moving through a change in the manner in which trustees are elected, that's what you're doing, right? You're moving from an at-large system to a by-trustee area system.
Right.
For districts that are in process, the waiver is still necessary. Otherwise, there would be a requirement that you seek electorate approval. These waivers are very commonplace. The state board will put it on its consent calendar, and they are routinely approved. There was a change in the law, and the legislation has been passed, and the governor has signed it into law. So starting on January 1st, this will no longer be necessary. But for Elk Grove, right now, you'll still have to get the waiver. So that'll show up on the consent calendar for the state board at its upcoming meeting in September.
Okay. The county committee has been asked to schedule a public hearing, which is now September 9th, to adopt the maps and election system modification. what happens if we decide to submit a map to them? It goes to the Sacramento of the county committee. And here's an issue I don't like. Mr. Gordon approves it. And can the community appeal that after he approves it?
On a 10-minute time check, sir.
Who is Mr. Gorin?
Mr. Gordon is a.
Oh, Gordon, Dave Gordon. I'm sorry. It wouldn't be Dave Gordon per se as the county superintendent. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the name enunciated clearly. It would be the county committee on school district reorganization. So Dave Gordon is the person who would be staff to the county committee, but it would be the county committee itself that approves it. And once that's done and the state board waiver has been finalized, your process is complete. There would not be an appeal process at that point. However, as we've discussed earlier, the map that you submit to the county committee is going to be based on 2010 census data. So this is a preliminary step, and the key thing that you're doing tonight, like what we talked about at the last hearing, is changing the manner in which your board members are elected. You know, that's the key sort of civil rights issue that you're trying to push forward tonight. And then you're going to have additional public input and additional board input on the changing of the map once the 2020 data is available.
Yes, but at this point, that Sacramento County Committee will approve what if they approve that map or one of these maps. After that, that process, what's the process after that?
So the process after the county committee has done, let's assume that the county committee approves your map and that at the September 9th county committee hearing, then you're through step one. You have now formally moved to a by trustee area election system. Then a new process begins. And the new process is under the education code that says all school districts that have by trustee area voting systems must use the most recent census data, in this case, 2020 data, to update their maps to ensure that they are population balanced. So that process is not as tightly defined as is the process of changing how you elect trustees. But what we envision is what I was mentioning earlier, that you would develop alternative maps, publish those maps, get board input, community input, and then adopt a final map and forward it on to the elections office.
Yeah, okay. And that was the issue I had last time is, this is more like an exercise, what we're doing in this process today, but yet we're going to have to go through this process again with the 2020 data. And why do we have to submit a map tonight or choose a map tonight?
Well, the law requires that you go through the public hearing process that we're doing. And I wouldn't call this just a mere exercise. What you're doing tonight is very important. You would be making a determination to move from at-large to by trustee area voting. If there's a key thought behind the California Voting Rights Act, it's encouraging, even requiring public agents to move in that direction. And you're doing that tonight.
I agree with you there, but no, I'm talking about drawing the maps. I'm more concerned about, yes, we are going through at large to by district. But the issue I have mainly at this point is why is important to decide to select a map tonight or choose a map, 1, 2, or 3. And when knowing the fact that it's 2010 data, or part of it was used, the 25th community, what's that community survey?
American Community Survey.
Yes, and so we use neither updated data sets, like Mr. Scott Rhapsody mentioned, we did not adhere to the statutes or the statutory requirements. And so to me, this particular map, I don't want to submit nothing to the county unless we've gone through the 2020 data sets.
Mr. Perez, in order to.
That's what I'm concerned about, because, you know, I don't want to be stuck with 2010 data or 2015 community survey data sets.
Can you listen
Perez?
to Mr. Kaufman for a minute, please?
So I understand what you're saying completely.
Right.
But
Closer to the mic, sir.
I understand what you're saying completely, but the main piece that you're doing is we're going to the by-district election system. And that is the absolute most
Let's just
important
submit
process.
that.
No, but we're required to include a map with that submission. So there's a map requirement.
Who says that we have to submit a map?
It's the law. That's the
The
law.
law?
That's the law. So I understand the challenge with it, but the reality is we're doing the right thing by going to the by-district. It's something you've asked for and wanted to be done. So we're doing that. And we get that done tonight. And then we're going to be able to go down and do more map work than you've ever wanted to do in your life. We can go down and really look at because we need to change them because our population has changed. And we'll do that work, but we have to submit a map with the change in a system.
Earlier today, and I've been doing this last week, and you're all mad because I concentrated on this redistricting because of the fact that it's going to affect our community 10 years, all these elections. But I chose to prioritize this issue because it's one of the most important issues in our community. But yet, and then when I want to do the consent, you know, that's the issue. That's the trade-off. So what is the law that you are stating that we have to comply with, that particular California code?
Mr. Smith?
It's in the Elections Code. It's part of the California Voting Rights Act.
Yes, what's the number?
10,010.
That we have to submit a map.
The process is laid out most specifically in Elections Code section 10010.
Hold on here, what?
Elections Code section 10010 is probably the key section for you to look at.
Right. Because you mentioned in the, okay.
I'll give you one more reference, and that is Education Code section 5019.5. And that's the section that talks about using approved kind of state data to do the update, meaning, you know, the Federal Census Bureau data.
Oh, the question I'm asking, where in the educational California election code states that we have to submit, number one, that we are changing from, I know this for a fact, from at-large to by district. But the question I have, where does it say that we have to submit a map to the county?
Well, there's a combination of Education Code sections and Elections Code that mandate that requirement. And the statute
number?
Elections Code section 10010.
Can you put that on our monitor? Could you?
Mr. Perez, I can write it on a piece of paper for you if you need. We've hired a lawyer that's been through this process how many times, sir?
Oh, I want to clarify. I want to know for sure. Is there any way you could do that?
I don't think so.
Okay. Okay, I'll wait. So the last bullet point, 2020 census data is available. The board will again consider map revision to ensure the trustee areas are populated balanced. And when you mean population balance are within the 5 to 10%, correct?
Yes.
And consistent with the laws. That's,
What, Tony, what are you concerned about since the map that we're going to provide doesn't, other than required, doesn't make any difference since we're going to have to do the process over again?
right.
So
But
what
like
do you?
the issue I'm concerned about and is the fact that how can I word this? If we submit a map, number one, I'm concerned about, here's the issue. Almost there. I'm on page 6 now. I want to answer your question. The concern I'm concerned about in our resolutions that we have, which were stated within this presentation, and also, where was that? Oh, the resolution in our letter does not state or that we will use 2010 data, not 2015, 2019 Community Service Act data set. It's called the Community, I can't read, too small right here. It's called, all this data that we're using right now is called what's it called? Community Survey, American Community Survey.
Mr.
Right?
President.
American Community Survey. In our resolutions, we say we're going to use either 2010 data sets. Nowhere in the resolutions that we talked about that we were going to use 2015, 19 American Survey data. So that contradicts.
May I provide clarity? We are not using the American Community Survey data for population balancing. The only data we're using is the total population for the 2010 census.
On number 6, okay, you mentioned over here on page 7 again, I asked you last time, where did you get the data for the 7 districts estimated population? And I think you said it came from the American Survey.
Mr. President.
What we're using for
2015, 19.
Let her answer, please.
what we're using for the population is the 2010 census data for this map that you're considering tonight. There's no other data that we're using.
Okay, on page 7, you have the estimated population 2020. Where did you get that information?
That is estimated population data because we don't have the actual 2020 census data available. And that data comes from NDC, has a certain methodology that is used to determine growth. And that is what those numbers are based off.
But those numbers aren't used.
Those are not used for tonight.
They're not used. We just use them to be able to show where we thought we might be, but we didn't actually use that data in the maps.
Okay.
Are you afraid of something, Tony?
No, I'm afraid. Yes, I am.
Well, no, it
afraid.
has to be yes or no.
I think, I'm not sure. I don't mistrust, afraid, fear that we are not doing this right completely. And you heard it from Mr. Scott Rafferty and number 2, some of the people who are probably consultants dealing with this issue.
Well, but Mr. Scott Rafferty is a member of the community, but he is an attorney with an interest. We've heard.
What's his background?
What's his background?
Yes. Why do you say he's an attorney?
Why do I state that?
Yes. I mean, what? You know he's an attorney? What?
Yes, Tony.
Well, I don't know that.
Well, then you know what you're showing once again is that you don't read the materials that are provided to you. But anyway, if you're not afraid of anything and you've been told that they use the 2010 census data, and we know that the map doesn't make any difference other than we're required to send a map
Right.
with the petition, why are we wasting time?
I'm not wasting time. I give clarification on this process. Do you know the whole process?
Yes.
Are you looking something today?
No,
Okay.
Well, I think
we're 25 minutes in.
Anyway,
you're asking the same questions that you asked in the previous meetings.
you guys, I'm gonna line up for you guys pretty soon. So anyway.
What was that comment?
Tony, there's no
What? No.
reason to be confrontational, sir.
What was
No.
the?
I'm gonna enlighten you on an issue very soon after my inquiry here.
You're 25 minutes into your inquiry, and as our board handbook says, we
All
try to
right.
keep things to 5. Could
All
you
right.
please wrap up? I truly am with Mr. Carmen. Mr.
Okay,
Forcina,
hold on here.
you want to go by district? We're going by district. We've all agreed to.
No. You can't.
So if you have all these questions, have you have a chance to talk to anybody prior to this meeting?
Okay. So you like,
I'm just curious.
okay. You cut me off on my inquiry, about 3 or 4 pages. So I'm gonna jump to the main issue. I'm gonna ask you, demographers, when is the census data gonna come out?
I can provide that answer.
When is it gonna be released?
She just offered to give you an answer, sir. You need to listen.
On August 12th, we will receive data from the federal census, and it will be in raw legacy format. It will take the state of California about a week to reformat that data. Then the state of California must take that data and zero out all the state prisons. Then they must reassign all of the state prisoners to their last known home addresses. They're expecting that process to take up to 6 weeks.
2 days. August 12th.
Mr. Perez, you didn't listen to the breadth of her response.
Did you hear the rest of her response, Mr. Perez? The prisoners and assigning them to their home spots, and that the state expects that to take 6 weeks. The state has given them a date of complete information to base our maps off of October, correct? Early
Yes, it
October.
could, because they released it early, it could be very late September, October. To be safe, it's early October.
Well, I'm getting different there. That's the issue I have in this process.
Sir, this is a meeting. Please sit down, use
Yes.
your mic.
Yeah, I got in the stretch though. That's the issue I have. According to this article, the Census Bureau released 2020 census redistricting data.
We can't hear you
August
on your
12th.
mic.
That's 2 days from now.
She just explained that, sir, but you walked away during the process.
I heard it. So that's why hadn't you come forward to tell us this and just tell us wait until we have this data set?
The dates have been consistent, Mr. Perez. There has been no exact date on when it's going to be released. There is a date now.
Yes.
The August date, but that's the preliminary numbers. California, I haven't interrupted you one time, but you interrupt me every time. The numbers are being released, but the individual states have to do their work with the data. That information was just explained, which is 6 weeks of work that needs to be done, which takes us into late September, early October. That is the timeline. Just because an agency releases a set of data doesn't mean it's in a format that can be used.
Well,
Can I ask you a question?
okay.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
I get that you're very concerned, but what do you try to get to? Like, what do you try to get to?
So what's the rush to get this to the county? Or I'd look like this, to me, it's like they're railroading us to do this. And when the census data is coming within 2 days,
Mr. President,
August
I
12th.
have to say that the assertion that you're being railroaded to do this.
I
Staff,
feel like it. I
staff is
feel-
fulfilling the direction of the board via
Mhm.
2 resolutions of its intent to change its election system.
Right.
That's all this is.
Right.
It is your discretion,
And I want to do it right.
and so do
And,
we.
and I feel like we're not doing it right. We're submitting data that according to our resolutions, we said we're going to use either 2010 data sets
That's what
or
we're doing.
2020 census.
And that's
And
what
we're
we're doing.
We did 2010, sir.
That's what we're doing. It's
Yeah.
exactly what we're doing.
No, it's not.
Madam
Like,
Chair,
I'd like to call for a motion to adopt resolution.
Hold on here. I want to read to you. States as well as the public will receive the data they need to begin redistricting on August 12th.
She's answered that question, sir. It is not in a form that is prepared for us to do this work professionally and correctly.
Yeah, that's the issue I have. Disagree with you. According to this,
And you
they
believe
have,
a
they
paper
have the
versus our-
software, they have their demographic, they have the software to do that.
The
If they
state
don't
doesn't.
have it, that's another problem.
Tony, you need to listen when people answer your questions. We can't keep going in circles. Madam Chair, I'm sorry, we interrupted you.
And the question is, if I didn't answer that question, would you have ever even told us? That's what I'm thinking about. And that's what I'm upset about.
The data is not prepared to do it. The data has started to be released.
How you know
but
that?
she is-
Because we
Because
listened.
she just answered that question for you, sir.
Yeah,
She said she got it. Here's
There's-
what she said. No, hold on. You didn't listen to
No, I'm
her.
gonna listen to her.
Okay, then you need to believe her because you're being disrespectful.
No, I'm not.
Yes.
Tony, you make it seem like people are hiding information from you. Nobody's hiding information from you.
Well, did you know that the August 12th data set was gonna come out? No.
Well,
Mr.
Yes, it
President,
does, man.
first and foremost, we are using the data that are from 2010.
Okay.
That's the only data that is available. The data that's going to come out for 2020 census is coming out. And we are waiting for that, right? And now she's sharing August 12th, some information is going to come out. But you make it seem like people are hiding things from you, and I don't think that's the right thinking here.
It's not,
When you do that, you're
it's not,
making a lot of assumptions.
it's not hiding. I think the issue within the school district, you're gonna get used to this, that they only give you,
You're being very offensive, sir, and you're off task.
they only give you certain amount of information. That's the experience I have sitting on this board. And knowledge is power.
Mike and Shalice, if you would, just because of the assertions that are being made, safe for me to say that it's not a surprise to you, me, that the federal census data is released to the states prior to the time that we can utilize it for redistricting purposes. That's not news to me, and I'm sure it's not news to you. But can you affirm that or help clarify that?
You're absolutely right. We have known that the data will be released in legacy format. They were originally planning on August 16th. They have it sooner. We're going to have it August 12th. But the legacy format needs to be put together and reformatted before the state is able to use it. Then the state will use that data and it will take 6 weeks, up to 6 weeks. They're hoping to get it done sooner, up to 6 weeks to zero out the prisons and readjust those and reassign those prisoners that's required by state law to their home addresses.
Thank you.
I'd like to call for a motion to adopt Resolution 10, initiating a proposal to the Sacramento County Committee on School District Organizations for the adoption of by-trustee area elections. I'll call on each of you for a vote on which alternate you prefer.
Wait, you want the?
Don't
first
you
and
need a
second
motion?
When I get a motion.
So moved. So moved.
Thank you. I have a first by Ms. Charis Espinoza,
Second.
second by Mr. Fortuna. This is what you need. You need us to vote on which one, and then we need to vote to confirm the choice.
Mike, how would you like that procedurally? Can they include that in their motion, or should they go ahead and decide amongst themselves which map they prefer and then refer to that with the resolution, or how should they do that?
I think it would be cleanest if the board just decided that you would like the existing, a motion and a second to adopt, for example, the existing trustee area map or one of the other options. When you adopt that map, we know what the election sequencing is, and then we will complete the resolution with that language. So you can
Ms.
do
Charis
it.
Espinoza, will you update your motion, please?
Yeah, I'd like to amend my motion to move forward the existing trustee area maps.
And I second.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Ms. Jamerson? Aye. Dr. Martinez Solir? Aye. Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
I have an issue with,
Yes or no, sir?
I have an issue regarding the statement that the prisoner adjustment to the school district does not apply.
Okay.
Yes
The
or no?
same
It's a yes or no vote,
demographic.
sir.
It's a yes or
Okay.
no.
I don't believe anybody has said that. And Mr. Perez, we have entertained your comment and commentaries for 36 minutes now. It is now 5 minutes to 11.
You know,
Please vote yes or no.
I'm willing to stay all night because this decisions affect our community the next 10 years. And so, you know, that statement that you said that I should not speak out on these issues is ridiculous.
You've had
As far as I'm
36 minutes of
concerned.
speaking out on them. Is it a yes or a no
Yes.
vote, sir? Yes. Okay.
But no, I'm not saying no to this.
You're voting no to go to by district, sir. With the
I'm
existing
not, the
map.
process, I am not supporting sending a map to the Sacramento County. I support,
Well, that's a no.
well, I'm clarifying what the issue I have.
Well, I think your issue's been made very clear. We have a motion and I need you to vote on the motion, sir.
Support any of the maps. I want to do it right
Okay,
the first time.
thank you. That's a no and a yes from myself. So we have 6-1. Motion passes. Thank you, Thank you for being here.
Well, having made the decision to go with the existing trustee area and then the defined sequencing of 3 trustees in 2022 and the remaining 4 in 2024, now I would ask you to go ahead and vote on the implementing resolution, and this would be initiating the actual proposal to send it over to the county committee. It's just codifying the vote you just took.
Okay, so I will call for a motion to adopt resolution number 10, codifying our vote to move forward the existing map and initiating a proposal to the Sacramento County Committee on School District Organization for the adoption of by trustee area elections.
Discussion?
I need a motion, please.
No, I want to discuss the
I so move.
resolution.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Fortuna, seconded by Dr. Martinez Solir. You had another comment to make, Mr. Perez?
Do I have, how much time I have?
Well, at the current moment, I believe you're approximately 35 minutes over your time, so please feel free.
No, I don't think we have a time limit. We're talking about resolution 10, 2021-22, correct?
Can you speak to your mic so you don't have to shout? I'm right next to you. Please, I'm serious.
Well, I'm serious too.
Speak to the mic, please.
am.
Be respectful.
I am.
Tony, if you didn't know what item we were on, how do you know you have a question on it?
No, there's issues.
If you don't even know what your question is yet, why
I
are we holding this up?
want to clarify some things regarding this resolution number 10.
Which you're just now reading, apparently.
Here, for the record, look at this report. Where's the camera? look at this report. I've been thinking, my fellow board member thinks I have not done my homework. I'd like to show this to you, board members.
Mr. Perez, just share your comments.
Mr. Perez, Mr. Perez, you're out of order.
No,
Sit,
that
sit
comment is
down.
out of line. That comment is out of line.
Mr. Perez, we're going round and round for something we all want to just pass, sir.
I am very upset.
Okay.
I'm very upset, and you allow that to happen at this board meeting. The question is, December 17, 2019, the board adopted resolution 32, 2019-20. Read this. Again, I tell you on that resolution, whereas the boundaries for trustee areas are by our election systems are established based by population counts, demographics from the most recent US Census. Okay? That's what we decided, resolution 32, 2019-20. We decided the most recent, not this other stuff. That's what it states. And
10
we're
is the
not
most
abiding by that language.
Can we take a break?
Order.
No,
Beth,
it isn't.
can we take a break?
You're
Yeah,
you're
We're gonna
totally
take
out
a
of order.
5-minute.
I
we're gonna
call
take a
for the
3
vote.
Oh,
Let's take a break.
yeah,
Take a 3-minute break.
take a break.
On resolution number 10.
May I continue? May I continue?
Can we make a motion to extend the meeting because is it 11?
Okay, I have a motion to
So,
extend the meeting.
Meeting to 12.
Thank you.
I'll second.
I have a second. Roll call vote. Ms. Charis Espinoza,
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna.
He's outside.
Mr. Fortuna.
Mr. Fortuna, would you like to extend our meeting to midnight?
Midnight.
We're on roll call.
Midnight's fine.
Midnight.
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Solir,
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson,
Aye.
Mr. Yang. I don't know where he is. Mr. Perez. Oh, he said aye. Mr. Perez,
What's the motion?
would you like to extend our meeting till
Yes.
midnight? And myself, it's unanimous. Mr. Perez, out of respect for the time and the other things on the agenda, could you please take a 1 or 2 minutes and finish up your comments and we will take a vote.
Okay, regarding these resolutions, we passed some resolutions and we're not adhering to by those resolutions. That's what I feel. And I feel that people are articulating the issue that we are not complying by the statutes of the California code. And I can't get that across to you, and the importance of that issue. And the fact that we're not doing it right the first time kind of gets me upset.
Thank you. All right, we'll take a vote. Ms. Jamerson? Dr. Martina Solir?
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Mr. Perez? No?
No.
No, and myself is an aye. 6-1, motion passes.
Thank you all.
Okay. Now, the report we're moving back in our agenda to reports as we've moved ahead to board self-assessment and superintendent's evaluation feedback.
So I would make
I
a
think
recommendation
We could deter this item.
to the 18th to the workshop, and we
The
can do,
18th?
both of this at that time. Then we can get to
Okay.
the action items.
Next action item, number 2, Elk Grove Unified School District Community Facilities District 2021-2022 tax report and second reading of ordinance number 1, 2021-2022. Ms. Soriano, are there any public comments related to this item?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no further public comments on any of the following agenda items.
Okay, and we have no more blue cards?
No, we do not have no more
Okay,
blue
I'm
cards.
going to skip that part. Thank you, Mr. Pierce.
Thank you again, Madam President. This is a follow-up item to the July 20th meeting and public hearing. As I mentioned then, it's an annual item whereby the board sets the tax rate for each property in Community Facility District number 1, in this case for the 2021-2022 tax year. The board, acting on behalf of the Elk Grove Unified School District Community Facilities District number 1, is asked to adopt ordinance number 1, 2020-2021, and direct administration to deliver the tax report to the Sacramento County Auditor's Office no later than August 13th.
Thank you. I'd like to call for a motion to approve the 2021-2022 Elk Grove Unified School District Community Facilities District Tax Report to adopt ordinance number 1, 2021-2022, and direct administration to deliver the tax report to the Sacramento County Auditor's Office.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded. Roll call vote. Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Dr. Martina Solir?
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
Aye for myself, it's unanimous. Number 3, we have a resolution to eliminate a classified position. Mr. Singh?
Good evening, Madam Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos. The board is asked to adopt resolution number 8, 2021-2022 to eliminate a classified position due to the lack of work, lack of funds pursuant to Education Code Section 45114, 45298, 45308, and 45117. The Technology Systems Administrator 2 position that we are asking to eliminate is currently a vacant position, so no implications on staffing. And this position is being currently realigned to better support the needs of the department.
Thank you. I'd like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 8, authorizing the governing board to eliminate a classified position.
Move adoption of resolution 8.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call vote. Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Solir?
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
And myself, it's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're moving to public hearing / action items. We have an adjustment to school facility fees, developer fees. Mr. Pierce.
Thank you again, President Albiani. I will try my best to be brief. This too is a follow-up item to your July 20th meeting. It's another annual item. In this case, the board updates and establishes its developer impact fees as established by a school facility needs analysis. This fee is valid for 1 year and was last adopted by the board September 15th of 2021. All noticing has been conducted required by law and requested by all third parties. It was publicly posted on June 18th in multiple notification forums and shared directly with the North State Building Industry Association, as well as all cities and the county. The fee established in the SFNA are based on a specific formula stipulated by law. In this case, the fee would be increasing to $6.72 per square foot of new residential development. I do want to share with the board, and it was previously shared with you in a board communication, that we did receive one comment during the 45-day comment period. It was received last Friday by way of a letter from the North State Building Industry Association. It was shared again with the board. Although staff does appreciate and respects the request by the BIA, which is for the board to go ahead and adopt the SFNA and the resolution, but to defer the increase to the fee until the economic impacts of COVID-19 are fully understood. Staff does recommend that the board proceed with the adoption of the proposed fee. Again, the main indicator of the fee is an increase in the price of land. As we know, the home market is very strong. The cost of land continues to rise moving forward, as well as the cost of homes. So we would again respectfully request that you approve the resolution before you. The letter also asks that staff work with the North State Building Industry Association on a program called BOLD that allows home builders to finance their infrastructure and impact fees such as developer fees. We're always open and happy to do that, and we will do so moving forward. So the public comment period will end tonight. We ask that you do open and close that formally, Madam President, and then consider and adopt the findings contained in resolution number 4. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. And I do have to thank Kim Williams. I'm sure she's still listening. She's your planning manager, and she's instrumental in doing this work and doing the outreach.
Thank you. I'd like to open a public hearing and call on Ms. Soriano to see if there are any public comments related to this item.
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
Thank you. Seeing no public comments, I'd like to close the public hearing and call for a motion to adopt the findings contained in resolution number 4, 2021-2022, approving the June 2021 school facilities need analysis and the increased level 2 and level 3 fees for residential development identified therein. So roll call vote. Dr. Martinez Solir?
Aye. We need a motion, so I'll make a motion.
First and
Sorry.
second, yep.
Ms. Martinez Solir has made a motion. We need a second.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Jamerson. Roll call vote. Dr. Martinez Solir?
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Forcina?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Mr. Perez? Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
And myself, it's unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Number 3, we have consideration and public notice of CSEA's initial proposal to the district regarding collective bargaining for the 2021-2022 school year. Mr. Riley.
Good evening, President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. Pursuant to Government Code Section 3547, the following are stipulated for negotiations between a bargaining unit and the district. 1, the union's initial proposal is officially presented at a public meeting of the governing board for public notice And 2, a public hearing is conducted to receive public input regarding the union's initial proposal. The proposal for your review and consideration this evening is CSEA's, and it is attached to the agenda item. It's recommended that after the closure of the public hearing, the board take action to accept CSEA's initial proposal.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing and call on Ms. Soriano to check if there are any public comments via Zoom related to this item.
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
We have no blue cards either. So we will close the public hearing and call for a motion to accept the California School Employees Association, CSEA's initial proposals to the Elk Grove Unified School District for the 2021-2022 collective bargaining.
So move.
Moved by Dr. Martinez Soliers.
I'll second.
Seconded by Ms. Charis Espinoza. It's a roll call vote. Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Aye.
Mr. Forcina.
Aye.
Mr. Yang.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Solier.
Aye.
And myself, that is 6. Now we are at public hearing to consider scope, purpose, and other factors related to adoption of independent study policy. Mr. Murray. I know.
Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos, thank you. At this time, the Board of Education is requested to open a public hearing and receive comments on Assembly Bill 130 related to independent study, Education Code Section 5147A and B, and 2, close the public hearing after listening to comments. After closing the public hearing, the board is asked to take action to officially adopt Board Policy 6158.1, independent study to implement Assembly Bill 130.
Thank you. I'd like to open this public hearing. Ms. Soriano, we had someone on Zoom that wanted to speak earlier. Do we still have her?
That is correct. We're going to check. She was online when I went over there. She is there. And that's Miss Carolyn Martin.
Ms. Carolyn Martin. Oh,
Hello, thank you.
hello, and I apologize for the lateness of the hour.
No worries. The purpose of my comment is to ask that elementary families be able to maintain their homeschool enrollment while being allowed to temporarily enroll in independent study until kids have the option to be vaccinated. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, but also just in casual conversations with 3 other parents. They asked that I also I mention their names: Angela Fuller, Carrie Basis, Jennifer Rodriguez, all of which collectively we've got 9 kids in Elk Grove Unified. And according to my pediatrician as of last week, it sounds like kids ages 5 through 11 will have access to the vaccine in October, a mere 6 weeks away. And this seems like a negligible amount of time when we consider everything that we all have been through. I personally am scared to death about sending my kids back to in-person school until they are fully vaccinated. I also acknowledge the importance of maintaining the relationships and connections that my 5th and 2nd grader have made with their peers on their track and at their school. To ask them to potentially change schools or even tracks, which to them is like changing schools, so that I can enroll them in the virtual academy for a few weeks until they get vaccinated, is an unnecessary and very serious risk, in my opinion. If our kids have experienced anything in the past 18 months, it has been instability. Elk Grove has the power to continue to provide some stability for our kids and families. I would like to send my kids to the virtual academy only temporarily until they are fully vaccinated. And I promise that we will be first in line for those shots. Because this will be such a temporary move for our family, I beg that you allow us to maintain continuity in school community by permitting us to maintain our enrollment at our current school, in our current track, and hopefully even with our current teacher. As AB 130 states, a transition plan for pupils whose families wish to return to in-person instruction should occur expeditiously and not later than 5 instructional days. I will be sending my kids back to in-person instruction after they are fully vaccinated. So they're going to end up getting sent to a 2nd and a 5th grade classroom somewhere in Elk Grove Unified, and therefore impact FTA no matter what school they're at. Within 5 days of requesting in-person instruction after my kids are vaccinated, I would like Elk Grove to allow us to return to where we left, our school and our track. I understand that such a request is relatively unheard of when it comes to enrollment at a school and how it impacts FTE. But while we continue to survive through this pandemic, I hope that procedures continue to be flexible as they have been through Elk Grove so that we can care for each other and our families. allowing families this one-time exception to maintain homeschool and home track enrollment while temporarily seeking out the services of the virtual academy will provide our kids with the stability that they very badly need right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to close the public hearing and call for a motion to adopt BP 6158.1, independent study to implement Assembly Bill 130.
So move.
Second?
Moved by Dr. Martinez-Solier, seconded by Mr. Fortuna. Yes, Mr. Fortuna, you want to speak?
Yeah. For the benefit of the public, Craig, can you explain why we can't have the basically dual enrollment, enrolled at the home school and enrolled in independent
Students
study?
can only be enrolled at one school at any given time, and can be enrolled in two schools because of ADA attendance taking procedures and other factors. We cannot dual enroll within two different schools at the same time.
And in many cases, you know, families that go there, there will be space at their home school. We just can't guarantee it until we know all the details of who's moving where. So some of our impacted schools, there's waiting lists of kids waiting to get in, you know, to their neighborhood school. So we just can't guarantee it right now. With any situation that we can do it, we're going to do it. We just can't guarantee it.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a first and a second. It's a roll call vote. Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Dr. Martinez-Solier?
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Aye.
And myself as an aye.
Thank you.
Okay, discussion item, Education Code 17556, consideration of resolution of intent to convey electrical facilities easement to the Sacramento Municipal Utility District for the Elk Grove High School project.
Thank you, Madam President. The Board of Education is asked to adopt resolution number 5, again expressing its intention to convey an electrical facilities easement to the SMUD for the Elk Grove High School modernization project. The purpose of the easement is to allow the Sacramento Municipal Utility District to access, construct, and maintain electrical facilities that will be serving the new Elk Grove High School modernized campus. The resolution of intention must be adopted by 2/3 vote of the board. And with your adoption of the resolution tonight, you also set a public hearing on September 7th, 2021 in these boardrooms at 6 p.m.
I'd like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 5, intention to convey electrical facilities easements to the Sacramento Municipal Utility District for the Elk Grove High School project and set a public hearing on September 7th, 2021 in this boardroom at 6 p.m.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Charis Espinoza,
Second?
seconded by Mr. Fortuna. Roll call vote. Mr. Yang?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Jamerson?
Aye.
Dr. Martinez-Solier?
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
And myself. As an aye, it passes. Thank you. Mr. Pierce, you have number 2, this next one, establishment of school boundaries for new elementary school.
I am a very busy person, as well as everyone else in the organization, and this is a happy occasion. It ties in nicely with the naming of this school earlier in the evening. That was a wonderful moment tonight. So apologize the name Laguna Ridge East, but until the board took that action, it was not Miwok Village until tonight. So I will try to run through this as quickly as possible. This is intended simply to share the process with the board. Dr. Graywall, I want to thank her for her assistance. She'll be working closely with me moving forward, and as well as Susan Bell and Kim Williams, who did a lot of the background work on this. So what we're talking about tonight is the boundary process for the new Miwok Village Elementary School. You can see a map here of the entire district, so you can see the physical location of the new Miwok Village Elementary School. It will be the 43rd elementary school in our school district. Construction is underway now and expected to be completed and occupancy for the 2022-23 school year. It's located at the corner of Poppy Ridge Road and Lusada Drive, adjacent to a future regional park. It's a 10-acre school site, which is consistent with our elementary schools. And you can see the capacities here. Just another aerial indication you can see on the right-hand side, the blue square outlined there, the new school location. You can see the new Franklin Elementary School to the far west. And as I zoom in, you can see that Elizabeth Pinkerton Cosumnes Oaks High just to the northwest of its location, and Zender Ranch is immediately west of the Cosumnes Oaks Elizabeth Pinkerton Middle School. So it is currently located in the Zender Ranch Elementary School's attendance area. We are proposing to carve that out. It is projected that there'll be approximately 1,925 TK through 6 students residing in the Zender Ranch attendance area during the 22-23 school year. So clearly something has to happen. And we forecast extensive continued development in that region. This is the boundary criteria. I won't take the time to run through those tonight, but the importance here is that we strive for balanced enrollment throughout the region, that we make an initial boundary change that's consistent with what we consider the growth to be in the future. And that's important so that we're not constantly changing the boundary on these people and their children moving forward. And that we obviously consider walking distances, safety issues, and public transportation routes. So these are the current boundaries. Upper left, yellow is Helen Carr Costello. The brown boundary is Arlene Hine Elementary School. The green is Carroll Elementary School. The purple is Franklin. You can see that it's quite large, but that's because it has a fairly significant rural population. And then you can see the blue, which is Zender Ranch. It's a large boundary because when we opened it, that growth wasn't happening. You can see some of the infill there with some of the newer streets to the southern portion of its boundary. And this map's a little older. That development's happening quick and it is quickly filling up. The blue flag, if you will, right above the Zender Ranch icon is obviously that elementary school. And if you peer down just to the bottom right, you'll see a red flag. That is the new Miwok Village Elementary School. These are the current residing students. We can just look at Zender Ranch, over 1,400 students in that current attendance area. The other schools are nicely balanced and with healthy populations in the numbers that we would like to see. So I'm not making a recommendation. I'm sharing 2 options with the board that Dr. Graywall and I will begin to share with the community and the staff at Zender Ranch Elementary School. You can see the Zender Ranch boundary in the blue there. It would be carved out of everything north of Whitelock Parkway would be Zender Ranch's new attendance boundary, and everything south of it and east of Bruceville would be the new Miwok Village Elementary School boundary. And you can see the populations here. We don't need to look at the other schools at this point in time. We just like to show the regional impacts. If you go down to the bottom of this slide and just look at Laguna Ridge East and Zender Ranch, you can see that it does provide quite a bit of relief for Zender Ranch upon its opening. It would still have to remain on a multi-track year-round calendar, and we would propose that Laguna Ridge East also open on a multi-track year-round calendar. You will see in the 2024 school year, the growth continues and Laguna Ridge East starts becoming quite large. And so we need to start planning now for another new school in that region. This is alternative B, and it just takes a different approach, and it divides Zender Ranch and Miwok Village on a north-south line using a major roadway there. That's Bighorn. This is another alternative that we would share with the community and with the staff and elicit their feedback as to which alternative they prefer, and give us different feedback so that other alternatives will be developed. These are just to get people stimulated and thinking along the lines of this boundary change and what they would like to see. Again, if you just go down to the bottom graph here for Laguna Ridge and Zender Ranch, this actually provides more long-term relief through 2024 for Zender Ranch. So it's appealing in that regard. But again, we'll solicit input and feedback from the community on which they prefer and or any other options. What I will say is pursuant to our guide, our criteria when drawing boundaries. When you look at the next map, that's what we envision based on what we know now with land use plans of what build out will be south of Zender Ranch. So you see Laguna Ridge East, but you also see 3 other new elementary schools. If build out continues along the land use plans as we know them today, you can actually see that alternative A more closely aligns with what we think Miwok Village's long-term boundary will be. So alternative A has the least impact on future change to that community, but it doesn't provide as much relief to Zender Ranch in 2024. So those are all considerations that we'll have to take into account. So this is the process and timeline, and this is really what we're here to discuss with the board tonight. Clearly, we're here on August 10th, sharing with you our process and our timeline. Dr. Graywall and I will start meeting with the Zender Ranch staff in August this month and September. We will have community meetings with Zender Ranch Elementary parents and community as a whole. Those will also happen in August and September. We will bring a draft set of options to the board on September 21st. Depending on the board's feedback and the community's feedback, we would tentatively look at October 5th for the board to take action on that future Miwok Village Elementary School boundary. Dr. Graywall and her team will be working at hiring a principal and a secretary, and that interview process will happen in October and November. The start date for that principal and secretary would be January 1st. At least that's how we've done it historically, so they can start planning the school for opening the following fall. Student registration to the new school will happen in January of 2022. We'll hire our lead custodian in April, and we will start staffing that new beautiful school in the spring of 2022. So just to share with you the process, and we have a lot of work cut out to bring a recommendation forward to you in October, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, do we have any questions we need to have answered tonight, or we could possibly speak to Mr. Pierce at another time? Mr. Perez?
Not hearing any.
When you have a couple schools already named to the school naming committee or what?
No, none of these schools have been named with the exception of your action tonight with Miwok Village. So what we do, Mr. Perez, from a planning perspective, is we pick either the name of the larger development or the region, and we just use that simply for planning references. So when I'm talking with my staff and in the board, we have a point of reference.
That's what I thought. The other issue, permits, what's these developer permits for developers to do these particular housing? How many have already drawn paper in this particular area?
Oh gosh, it would be hard for me to give you an exact number, but permits are being pulled in this region on a monthly basis.
Right, that's because the result of the casino most likely, and the fact that it's going to be in high demand.
I would say my staff and I have been working with these developers in the city easily back to 2010, the overall development long before the casino was ever even a concept.
So just the natural draw or development, then nothing affects the actual, because
Excellent school districts.
Yeah, this southern portion of Elk Grove is just the remaining area that's ripe for development opportunities.
Right.
So these are land use plans and specific plans that have been approved and in process of being developed over the years.
And this Kramer Road, is my understanding, it's going to go new all the way to five, correct, or what?
Camera? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's in the plan.
Yep.
So what, to the left of Mendez, is there going to be another elementary school in that area?
There is not currently. The city is considering a sphere of influence that would continue south of Camerer as well as Bilby, which is the next major east-west roadway there on the map. It's not labeled here, but it intersects just north of where you see Mendez.
That's, so, yeah, I read about the sphere of influence. So that's the area I was assuming or thought it was going on the other side by the old planned soccer fields or a sports complex over there. So
That is actually
that's on the other
Grant
side.
Line on the
Yeah.
other side of 99.
So
That's another area of a sphere of influence, potential growth.
so there's more than the one I read than the one that right here in this area, right?
Yes.
How far south can that go? I mean, isn't there a buffer between the river and the
On
city?
topic, please, Mr. Perez.
The city has to work with LAFCO on any sphere of influence growth. Far be it from me to garner a guess as to how far south they can go. I mean, theoretically, anywhere within the county of Sacramento, up to the Galt city limit, theoretically. I don't want to start any rumors that that's what they're planning, because it's not, but
hey, you're gonna have some.
There's a lot of people in those areas, in those rural areas that would take great exception to what I just said. So
Right.
I just want to ensure that I'm not sharing any rumors or information. And that doesn't come from our district, that comes from the city.
Yeah, I'm gonna spread it tomorrow. No, that's a concern. I always work, smart growth. Where does it stop? And what's the buffer? Because apparently there is a wildlife reserve in that area, isn't there?
The nearest would be Stone Lake Refuge, but
No, I'm talking about along the American River.
the Cosumnes River. Oh, for
Cosumnes,
sure. Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, it'd be nice to see how that smart growth and the buffer zone of the Cosumnes, how it would affect our growth of our district in that geographical area, and possible public hearings on the sphere of influence on both sides. So how many within our district sphere of influence do we have right now?
But Mr. Perez,
It's not us.
It's important. It's part of this issue.
It's outside
Do
of
we
our
have any more in this
it's
area?
outside of this issue. It was just a presentation to bring us up to date, sir.
Right. So that's what I like to see, some report or some future, how far projections of the sphere of influence could affect our school growth and population of our student body. Since you mentioned one right here, so that brought me to enlightenment we need to know that.
And
Do you agree?
we are very involved in any of those discussions that may occur. We're an integral player in that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Martinez-Alier?
Thank you for your presentation, and just we'll be looking forward to the continued work that you'll be doing in outreach with the Native community, and also looking forward to having maybe some way of cultural, ceremony or something could be done at a later time. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Charis Espinoza.
I'll be very interested to hear about the feedback you get once you do this community outreach. In my mind, just based on the information we have here, it looks like alternative B is better. It seems to do a better job of balancing the populations in Miwok Village and Zender Ranch. It would be a shame to open a new school and to have Zender Ranch back up above 1,400 in a couple years. So we'll see what the folks in the community say.
Thank you.
Mr. Forshina?
Yeah, Rob, a little off topic question, but based on the information you just shared, the fact that we may need to continue our expansion in Laguna Ridge area has nothing to do with any other site that we might build, correct? Given numbers. Vineyard Point.
Correct.
Anatolia.
Correct.
those sites have nothing to do with what we'd be doing here.
That's
There's no
correct.
relationship. If the size is there, we make a decision if we're going to go ahead.
That's right.
Okay.
Mr. Yang?
Thank you for the presentation. I'm just excited for the community that we're going to have many future schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Since I've come on the board, I'm always impressed on the onboarding and how we open a school and involve the community and build the pride before it ever opens the door with mascots and community and PTAs. And it's an exciting process. And I encourage the people in that location to be involved in that area.
Good point. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is a board member and superintendent reports. Would you like to go first, Mr. Hoffman?
I do have just a little something I want to share, and we're gonna, I'm working with Ms. Soriano in the communication I'm gonna do. But it may help folks just kind of understand what what we're dealing with regards to COVID and exposures and outside of school and inside of school that I think will be helpful. We'll put this into a communication we'll get out to everybody, but I think it's important. So now this is as of Friday, because I did a presentation Friday. And students, we've had 77 exposures in our elementary schools, the 18 elementary schools that we've, since we've opened the year-round schools. Of those, 69 of the exposures happened outside of school. And 8 of those exposures likely happened on campus in contact with another student. So just a large number. We do contact tracings on every one of those 77 because they were on campus at some point and contacted kids. But the actual, my 2 o'clock in the morning fear was that kids would be spreading it to each other, through contacts on campus. And to date, that doesn't appear to be what's going on. But the virus is in the community. Of the staff members, we've had 21 that have been exposed. 20 of the 21 were actually outside of school where they think the contact happened. So I just wanted to just give those numbers just as a baseline. We get 3 to 9 emails every day from Tommy Almotari, who's our coordinator of health services, letting you know like contacts happened, that contact tracing is happening, that parents are being contacted, staff's being notified. But what we're not seeing is within the same classrooms where kids are multiple exposures based on them being in contact with each other. We had a couple of those early on, but that doesn't seem to be the trend. So just important information. We want to make sure, I think our protocols are working. Thursday is going to be the big kickoff. We go from 18 to 67 and middle schools and high schools, different animal. But I do think all the work the staff has done, the cooperation with our students, the cooperation with our parents, and the guidance we're getting from our healthcare providers seems to be working. So I just want to get that piece of information out.
Mr. Fortini had a question about.
Yeah, 2 questions. Number 1, what is the percentage of exposure?
Yeah, so we did, it's a little bit of an odd calculation, I think, but if we spread that out, you said 77 kids have had exposures, and we have 15,000 kids who are currently in our 18 year-round schools. So if you do that out, it's 0.5%. So again, I think that is further evidence that the protocols themselves are working.
And of the adults that have tested positive, do we know how many of them have been vaccinated?
I don't have that number here with me because we are not currently tracking vaccination of staff, but when we do the contact tracing, that is one of the questions that get asked. And my understanding is the vast majority of staff have been vaccinated that have been exposed. So there is a little bit of that crossover piece, but we have had some unvaccinated staff as well. But I don't have that number broken down.
Okay. They've been exposed as opposed to having contracted.
Correct.
Okay, because those are important distinctions. Thank you.
I wanted to clarify, I think on that same last point, you said 70 students.
Closer to your mic, please.
You said 77 students had been exposed since the start of the school year. Is that not 77 students had been positive?
77 have been exposed.
Have been exposed.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I was getting that right. And the positive number is a lot lower, right? And it was 21 staff exposed. And that is as defined by the CDPH definition of within 6 feet for over 15 minutes.
15 minutes within the 24-hour period.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Do you have a question for our superintendent?
Yes.
Okay,
Maybe it was the last board meeting. I asked for maybe I called in for a trend study by school, by school district, a board member. Is that possible?
I don't understand what you just
A
asked.
trend, okay, like I mentioned before, I'm concerned about the COVID Delta, which is more contagious than regular, and it's more harmful and more contagious to the youth below the 12 and that have been not vaccinated. So I want to keep ahead of the curve, and within your database of the dashboard, it's very good. And I was wondering if they could have a report by schools, even if you can't do it by board districts. Oh, it'd be nice to have by board districts, because I look at the county census tracts in my area, in Valleys and Laguna and Franklin, where there's a high incidence of COVID, but they don't seem to.
Please
match
speak
our
to your mic. Please speak to your microphone,
It
please.
seemed that
Mr.
they
Press.
not, what do you call it? Match or the correlations to poverty and the outcomes of COVID positive cases do not match. And I think I brought that to your attention. So
to your mic, straightforward, sir.
can we do that?
So we do it by individual school.
Right.
We don't do it by trustee area, and we generally don't organize information in that way. The county does it by zip code.
Right.
And they have that information, but our parents are most concerned about what's going on at the school their kid attends, and that's why we have the information organized in that way.
Right, but okay, here's the issue. In communities that of poverty, according to the county and data sets, they're more vulnerable to COVID. And so as a result of that, I like to see the data sets by those areas, how they correlate to census and schools.
You know which schools are in your area, so you just
Yeah, I
get a
do
knock
that.
on which. So I think that's to reorganize it by trustee area isn't serving.
That just serve us.
It doesn't?
It's already on the dashboard. You can already.
Yeah,
go
I
down
see,
to-
yeah, I see those, but yet you don't. But it would seem that you could see the county data sets overlapping our counties. It looks pretty.
But our regions, the board trustee areas don't overlap directly with zip codes. So
I know that.
it's not going to be a direct overlap. And the
Yeah, but-
county's already said they're not providing the information by trustee area or even by district.
Right.
So there's no overlap to do.
So how do you do outreach?
Outreach to who?
Prevention testing.
We're working at the individual school sites.
And when
We
you don't,
we have the capacity and the personnel at the individual school sites. We are exploring an opportunity to work with the California Department of Education with an opportunity to expand testing. We actually have that meeting tomorrow morning.
Right.
So there may be an opportunity to be able to do some wider opportunities with testing, but we're exploring that right now. But currently, we have testing available at each of our school sites. We have the health technicians assigned at each of our school sites. The kids that are on the modified quarantines, we're doing that testing for the kids on campus. So the protocols and the work is as challenging as it is,
Right.
appears to be working right now.
You just had at Rudder and some other schools, outreach vaccinations. How, do you have the data sets of how many people participated in those vaccinations or?
And we do vaccination clinics all year long,
Yes.
and we can give reports on the number of kids. Now, we're not doing the COVID vaccines in those. Those are the state required vaccination clinics. So there's two different pieces that are going on. We're working with our community partners
Right.
in supporting COVID vaccinations, and we've done that, this whole, since the vaccines have been available. But we also have our traditional vaccination clinics that are taking place as well. And that's what you're referring to.
Right.
Those are our normal numbers, and we do track the number of vaccines we give because all of our kids have to be vaccinated. So we have that information.
So we're gonna need those reports that on, like, for instance, how well Rite Aid was at Rudder Middle School? How many people went in there?
I have not seen that. I have not gotten that report because it was Rite Aid doing the business. We could follow up, but I haven't gotten that report.
Well, that's very important to me because the fact that,
Can you speak to your mic, sir?
that's very important to me because the fact that I feel like we haven't done an adequate job of going out there testing, an adequate job of vaccinating in partnership with the Sierra House Foundation, which received millions of dollars to do this.
We've done extensive work
Well, I
with
think
our
we need to
local
do more
CSD.
with our federal
We did the drive-in vaccination clinics at our schools. We literally vaccinated thousands of people.
Right.
We worked with North
Well,
State, and we got
Don't
all of our
interrupt him.
staff vaccinated. We've done just a tremendous amount of work around the vaccination. To say that we haven't done enough, we'll continue to do more, but to not
Okay.
recognize the efforts that have been to this point, it's just not right.
Well, I like to see the results. I like to see the reports on how well we did in those like Rudder example in Monterey at these sites, because of the fact that, we contracted with a medical hospital on the east side for our staff, and they had opportunity to go get vaccinated for approximately how long? A month or 2 months? And yet, when we vaccinate at our schools, it's 1 day and a certain amount of hours. That's it. That's what I don't like. The difference of support and outreach to the different communities.
Those are the
we should
community,
have-
those are the community partners we're working with.
Yes.
We're helping support their work. We don't
Yes.
have the vaccines. We're not, so we're working with partners when they need a place to do the vaccinations. We're working with our partners to provide places for them to be able to do that work.
Yes,
We're
I
not
understand that.
doing the vaccinations.
Yes, but we have the resource and the funding to do that testing. We have millions of dollars, vaccinations, and what's the
We
difference?
don't have vaccinations
What?
given to us.
Well, I know they don't
Vaccinations
give
are
it to
going,
us, but we can coordinate with partnership. That's
we
what
are,
I'm saying.
and we are doing that.
Well, I think we do need to do a different approach and outcome and outreach to these geographical areas who continue to have high exposures to COVID.
All right.
Especially now that we have Delta. And the other issue is, no, I skipped that one.
Okay.
Okay, no, I better bring this up.
Are we still on board reports?
No, we
Yes.
were just asking the superintendent, you had a question for him specifically. I'm going to go down the line and then you.
Did you check out the death of that Sims Elementary School?
No.
that I brought to your attention? Could you please report on that?
No, he can't.
That's the last one.
Mr. Perez,
On Channel 10?
Mr. Perez, please follow up with Mr. Hoffman at your one-on-one. No, it's not, this is not appropriate for this. This is exactly what the lawyer spoke to me about
Elementary
being not
report.
appropriate. Please
Channel
stop.
10 reported the
Please
death of
stop,
Sims
Mr.
Elementary
Perez.
School.
This is exactly what the lawyer talked to me about not being appropriate at this point. Please stop. I think that's a very unfair comment. I care about many things and many people. Thank you. I care about all our students and their families. That's very rude. Moving on, other items from the floor. Mr. Yang, do you have any other items you wanted to discuss?
We haven't done the reports.
Yeah, we didn't finish.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have other board reports? We worked on the superintendent thing. Did you want to talk about that, Mr.? And then we had the handbook has done work too.
Not handbook.
Not handbook. You want to go first? I'll go second.
No board
Age
reports.
before beauty.
No board reports, thank you.
Had another really pleasurable 2x2 meeting with Rancho Cordova Thursday morning with Rob and Chris. You know, I said this before, every time we meet, I'm just impressed by the staff in terms of both the information that they have to share as well as the information they request. And certainly Rob is always playing a key place in the discussions since he's working overtime to get us property for our new schools over there, irrespective of the people who own the property. But well, the meeting again, they're just above board all the time. They want the best for us, and it's a pleasure to spend the time with them.
Thank you. We did meet as, I'm sorry, do you have anything, Dr. Martinez-Soler? I'm just going right down here. We did the board self-assessment and superintendent evaluation meetings, and we will be bringing that back at the 18th. Mr. Fortuna, Dr. Martinez-Soler, and I all worked on that with Mr. Merchant, an incredible facilitator. I think we have a good product to bring to you. Ms. Williams, do you have any board work you've been doing to report on?
No.
Mr. Yang?
No.
Okay. And Mr. President, thank you. Other items from the floor. Mr. Yang? I'm just going down my list.
You could go with other folks first. That's fine.
Well, I have a series of motions I would like to propose, and I'm sorry that it's midnight, but I didn't plan on it being midnight before I brought these up.
Okay, can we make a motion to extend the meeting before you do that?
Sure.
Since you said you have a series. of
I make
things
a
to do.
motion to extend to 12:30.
That's a very encouraging motion. I'll second it myself. Take a roll call vote. Mr. Perez? Mr. Perez, would you vote on extending the meeting, please? No, the motion's at 12:30. It's a yes, no vote, sir. Please quickly.
The motion's 12:30.
The motion's 12:30.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Dr. Martinez-Soler. Aye. Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Aye.
Mr. Forcina.
Aye.
Mr. Yang.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. Thank you. Go ahead and continue, Mr. Forcina.
All right, these will probably go fairly quick unless people want to get into discussion. But, you know, I've been struggling for some time with numerous issues, and we've heard public give testimony over the last many meetings. And so based on the information that's been shared and based on my own personal feelings, I think it's time for the board to stand up and be counted. And thus I have several motions that I would like to make, each one of them being an action item, having a subsequent vote of the board. So I'll make my motions and hopefully get a second. If I don't get a second, they die. If I get a second, we'll vote and hopefully they pass.
And we're making motions to put things on the agenda, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, these are all motions to put things on the agenda. So the first motion I make is for us to have a discussion on requiring vaccinations for all staff.
Just a quick piece is the governor just came out while we were sitting here and has came out with a, I don't know if it's a mandate, but basically that educators are going to have to be vaccinated. So I think it's going to be taken care of. It just literally came out while we were sitting here tonight. But we can talk about it, but it may be a moot point in that we're going to be implementing a state law.
He said all educators have to be educated.
I vaccinated. So it
Excuse me.
flashed.
Yeah, that actually what I slip of the tongue, but that would be appropriate if all educators were educated.
Yeah.
That would be a new day. Anyway.
Now.
So he has said that.
I saw it in a flash, but I believe that is, we got word yesterday that they thought it was coming.
Well, I'd like to let my motion stand because we can always not act on it if we don't have to. So.
Or we could just report out that it has happened. So, yes. So he made a motion to have this discussed in the future. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Martinez Soler. We'll go with a roll call vote. Let me find some roll call votes here. Mr. Forcina,
Aye.
Mr. Yang.
Aye.
Mr. Perez. Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Dr. Martinez Soler.
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Can I ask a very quick clarification question on that motion?
Okay, the motion I have is move to discuss requiring vaccinations of staff.
Oh, yeah, aye, fine.
And myself as an aye. Okay, that's one, Mr. Forcina.
All right. Number 2. I make a motion that we have a discussion irrespective of our governor on the voluntary wearing of masks.
Okay, so clarification on that one is it's a requirement. So there's not an ability for a school board to waive the requirement. What other school boards are doing is discussing and determine whether they want to send a communication to the governor or to the California Department of Health asking for that authority. But my understanding is the individual districts don't have the authority to make it voluntary. And there's a couple things that have happened. There's some school districts that have written a letter stating that they want local choice is basically the framework around it. And then you have Orange County, the county board actually filed a lawsuit. So
that was my next motion.
So it'd be, I think we have a conversation about what the options
Okay.
are.
Well, I'll just make a motion that we file suit against Governor Newsom in that he is not authorized to make the requirement that he did.
Okay.
We join Orange County.
I think Orange County is going to get it done one way or the other. So I would use their dollars. It's if they get it done.
Plan them. Is that what you're saying?
No, I say let them do the work. They've already filed. They're ahead of us to do it. If they're going to win, then they're going to win for everybody.
Part of my purpose, and it's not to embarrass people or put them in a difficult position, but it's as board members that we take a public stance on an issue. And we have certainly a wide variety of feelings. So that's the impetus of both of those motions is that, as I said in the beginning, we stand up and be counted. And instead of hiding behind mandates that are thrown at us. So the first motion then, and you can live or die then, would be that we discuss the issue of the voluntary wearing of masks.
Is there a second?
Volunteering, I thought it's mandatory that we have to wear masks.
That's what we were just discussing.
It is currently mandatory.
We can ask for a waiver.
There
We could
are no waivers.
They don't exist.
Waiver
No
doesn't
waivers.
exist.
Then I'll go back and say we join the suit with Orange County, even though they already have one in.
Okay, do I see a second?
Okay, well, it dies if there's no second.
I'm giving you the 5-second rule from my teaching days, so I'm
Yeah.
counting on my fingers
Yeah.
to give you the benefit of
Okay.
time,
Okay.
Mr.
Okay.
Fortuna. Thank you.
Okay,
But I heard a community member who mentioned or stated that there was 2 boards that are opposed masking in this. Who's the other one
Okay,
besides?
we can't have this discussion tonight.
That's-
We just need to decide whether we're going to put it on for a further discussion. I do not see a second. Thank
good.
you.
It dies.
That died.
Then
You
my
said you had a
my
fourth
next
thing?
motion is that we file suit against Governor Newsom, indicating that he was not lawfully correct in making his mandate.
Do we have a second? Seeing none, it dies.
Okay. Next, we have a discussion on about with respect to what our enforcement procedures are going to be if kids and or adults refuse to wear masks.
So,
We have that.
Request that last,
okay, is there a second for that?
I second.
Second it? And that will be a roll call vote.
Oh, can we get clarification?
Yes.
So your motion is you want to put a discussion on if folks don't want to wear a mask in the future, what are their consequences?
Mhm.
Yeah, I think that's a fair discussion.
You want to understand the process that our schools are going to go through to help
And us.
enforce.
And us, we had the issue tonight. What if the children said, we're not gonna put our mask on? You know, we haven't dealt with that.
But also, I think, isn't one of the issues that you requested last board meeting?
Mr. Press, we're
Yes,
finishing
and
up.
I didn't go anywhere, but
It
I'm
didn't go
making,
That's what I'm saying.
So if
I'm
you got a
making a
first,
motion
You
now.
got a second, so now we
No,
vote.
this discussion, you can't
Yeah,
cut me off.
I'm making a motion
Right.
that we have a discussion
Right.
At a future
and vote.
meeting. And so we're voting whether we will put this on a future agenda. We've already agreed to put the vaccination of staff on one. We have passed on 2, and we are on this one. Mr. Perez, your vote.
Yes.
Ms. Jamerson.
Aye.
Dr. Martina Solir.
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza.
We didn't have time for discussion on
We
this one.
cannot,
Yes, so I will go with the will of the body. Aye.
okay. Mr. Fortuna.
Yes, aye.
Mr. Yang.
Aye.
I will go with the will as well.
Okay, and my last one, and this is.
That was 4, just
No, I
for
said
noting.
I said I had 5. A
Okay.
fifth one got added.
Okay, let's
Excuse me, I
go.
didn't hear Ms. Chavis's vote.
It was unanimous, 6-0.
Okay.
7-0, sorry.
And I added this one and people could tell me it's not necessary, but I added this one because of a subject that came up tonight and Tony brought it up and it has come up in my whole 8 years that I've been on this board. And that's the issue of ensuring that when we have people who are part of a presentation, that we don't make them sit until 1 o'clock in the morning, that they are automatically moved to the front of the agenda. So that's the motion, is that when we have public participating in an action item, that we set the agenda such that those items come up first.
Does that need to be a motion or is that
Well-
just a conversation we're having with the 2 people who developed the agenda?
And we generally do that. And part of it is moving things into resolution. There was an expectation tonight that the consent agenda wouldn't take what it took. And Are you talking about having an action, such an item move ahead of public comment?
Oh, I'd be okay with that too, but certainly at a minimum, right after public comment. That when, you know, I mean, we even. and
We've
see,
moved
for me-
things before.
For me,
and so-
members of the public includes people we're paying when we have our auditors here.
Well,
When
yeah.
we have our attorney and demographer here, why do we
Well,
have?
that's the balance is we did move things tonight.
One thing.
We moved a couple things.
Two.
Because we moved the demographer and the attorney.
Do we need to have a discussion about this, Carmine, or we can just take it into consideration? And I think you have a good agreement and we can see how things go going forward and we'll come back around. Does that sound fine?
Then I'm done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other items from the floor? Ms. Charis Espinoza. Okay, I'll get there.
I just want to say that at least a few of us participated in the Sacramento County Teachers of the Year recognition.
Oh, thank you for doing that. That
Yeah.
wasn't available.
And it was lovely. And I want to shout out congratulations again to our Teachers of the Year. And one note on the forthcoming discussion of enforcement of mask rules. My interest there is that, and we've talked about this before, that it not be one more thing that contributes to disparate student discipline practices, because it's just, very easy for it to go that way. So just want to add that for folks taking notes.
Or vice versa.
Okay, Dr. Martinez-Soler, Mr. Emerson, Mr. Yang.
Again.
Excuse me, I just called on Mr. Yang.
It's been a long night. Just gonna be really quick. The fact that we all has been facing the pandemic for a year and a half has been very difficult. But watching the Olympic for the last couple of weeks, it really fulfilling to see the worlds coming together, compete, but really is a unison, sort of speaking. And a great example of diversity as a country, that example really reflect on when Simone Biles had a medical issues and sincerely stepped up and won the all-around goal for our country. I thought that was kind of a great example of, doesn't matter our background or ethnicity, but we are one America, and we backed up each other. And I thought that is such an inspirational story for us Americans, and for Elk Grove Unified School District being such a diverse school district, I think that speaks even louder, that our diversity, makes us even stronger, and we always got each other's back. So that story just really hits me hard when I watch that. So just want to congratulations, they're winning, and America has the most gold medal in this 2020 Olympic competition. So congratulations to our country.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Press.
Again, I want to articulate to you all that COVID Delta is spreading. And we need more data by area, trend studies. We need death by students. I called Mr. Hoffman the other day regarding right after the last meeting when I brought out this issue that this is a deadly mutant variant virus. And then the very next day, Sims Elementary School, Channel 10, said that there was a student's death from that elementary school. And so I would like to know
Okay, Mr. Perez,
what,
I found an article
yes,
that spoke of a mother that lost a child,
right.
that the coroner had not connected it to COVID. The coroner had not done that.
Well, that's,
And we didn't have record of the child attending our schools. We did a search of that as well.
okay.
So
Well, I'm telling you what I seen on TV, Channel 10. I got the date and time. If you want to go see it, I told you to go check it out.
I checked out
She said
the
that
article.
there's a student that tested positive 2 times and he was at the school and this, during that period, this and that.
But the coroner did not connect the death to COVID.
No, because this is the issue. It's going to take 3 to 5 months for the autopsy right now
Oh,
to
Mr.
determine
Perez,
the death of this child.
I think this has to be painful, this Pyros.
What?
This child's family. I don't think this is the appropriate conversation to have over this child's death at this point.
It's one of our students. Okay. And
don't-
okay, then let's deal with this then. Let's adjourn this meeting in silence for this student that attended Sims Elementary School. Can we do that?
Yes,
We have not confirmed that attendance of the school.
you could be putting all the children.
Regardless if he
you-
was a
you could-
student, he was a person of the community.
Agreed,
Okay,
complete.
I
The
agree.
death of the
Okay.
child, terrible. And to
You could be
close the meeting on
causing a
that?
stir in all of the Sims community when this child
That's
wasn't
what you said
associated
last
there.
week.
No, I didn't
not
say that last
causing
week,
a
but I'm
stir.
happy. I am happy to adjourn in honor of all the people we've lost during COVID and all the people and the suffering and the pain that our community's gone through. At 12:10.